moment, just checking PCTV. Okay. Okay, good evening. Welcome to the Pinole City Council meeting of February 20th, 2024. And we'll do call to order and the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move on to the land acknowledgement, and we have another student from Pinole Valley High School that will recite that for us.
We would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding.
Thank you for that. Okay, we'll move on to roll call.
Thank you. Mayor Toms.
Yes, here?
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Interim City Manager Gang.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, February 15th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the Council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? That concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, so we have closed session, and we will allow public comment before we go into closed session. But the items that we have are conference with labor negotiators, and that's per Government Code 54957.6. Agency designated representatives are the Interim City Manager, Neil Gang, and Human Resources Director, Stacy Schell. The employee organization is engineers. Number 4B, we have public employment appointment, and this is per Government Code, Section 54957, and it's regarding the city attorney. And 4C, public employee performance evaluation per Government Code 54957, and it is for the interim city manager. And I understand we have a public comment, and it may not be regarding the closed session, but I'll allow it since we don't expect to return for a while.
Thank you. Yes, the public speaker we have is James Tillman.
Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak earlier. I know you have a timely schedule. I want to speak on Title II of the ADA. Since you can see that I'm part of that process. For a while, I've been disabled in the sense of not being able to walk very well and so forth. But I want to bring to your attention, there's a facility, which I won't name, a facility in our city that has the doors blocked, one of the doors blocked for the handicaps parking areas on the same side. And I think that's wrong because of two things. The state requires, and your local government, and the federal government allows no blocking of access into a building, and that is a blocking of an access of a building, which is a violation of the law. I brought this up about last month, but nothing has happened. I would like to see something would happen and have that door opened up so it has access for people like myself. I don't have to walk all the way to the far end to enter the building. The law says the ingress and egress is the shortest distance. That's under the ADA law's requirements, and they're not making the requirement, and I would like to see that happen, so I sure appreciate your help. And the second thing I'd like to speak on, which I did speak a month ago on, is the police reserves. We had the police reserves in 2000, in the 1980s, 90s, and 2000, and I'd like to see them back again because the police officers need an extra hand in patrolling, and that would be safety for them as well as for us. So I would appreciate if we have something on the agenda that will address that issue. So thank you. I'll let you go get to your own internal business. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. I will contact code enforcement on your behalf for the store at Pinole, at Fitzgerald. I'm assuming that's the one that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, I'll fill that out so that they can investigate that and have the store address it.
Okay.
If it's needed, I think it is. And then we do have an item on our agenda, which is a report from our police department, and we can ask that question of them later today. Okay, with that, are there any other public comments?
Yes, Mayor, there is one online, Cordell Hindler.
Okay.
Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself?
Okay, we'll return to public comment after our closed session. Okay, with that, do we have an estimated time that we will be returning?
I believe we're estimating 7 p.m.
Okay, great, thank you. All right. Okay.
There you go.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. Good evening. Thank you for coming. We're just back from closed session, and we don't have any reportable action tonight. I do want to do a little bit of changing around in the order of the agenda, and that is to do the proclamations first, and then we'll go back to the remainder of that. And I understand that our centenarian is not with us tonight, but we're going to have Maria deliver the proclamation. So if I can get the council to read the proclamation for Ms. Highfill, and then we will deliver the proclamation to her. So this is agenda item 8A1, honoring centenarian Mary Bianchini Highfill. Whereas in recognition of Mary Bianchini Highfill's 100th birthday on January 5th, 2024, the Pinole City Council would like to honor Pinole centenarian Mary Bianchi Highfill. And whereas Mary was born in San Francisco on January 5th, 1924, and whereas Mary grew up in Point Richmond and continued living in Point Richmond until 2010, and
whereas Mary was a longtime member of the Washington School PTA, West Side Improvement Club, the Point Richmond History Association, and the Galileo Club, where she held positions of either president, secretary, or treasurer, as well as part-time docent at the Point Richmond History Museum. And
whereas Mary has been honored as a Rosie by the Rosie the Riveter National Home Front for her service during the war as a USO hostess and her work as an asphalt stillman at the Standard Oil Company, now Chevron, in Richmond. And
whereas Mary is a resident of True Wood Retirement Community in Pinole, where she became their ambassador and is using her talent of building friendships, flower arranging, and volunteering wherever she can. And
whereas Mary and her late husband, Victor, have 2 children who live in Pinole, 4 grandchildren, and 9 great-grandchildren.
now therefore I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, do hereby honor Pinole centenarian Mary Bianchi Highfill. So again, we're going to ask Maria from our Senior Center and Community Services Division to deliver this to her. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Council. The next proclamation that we have is Japanese Day of Remembrance. And that's February 19th, 2024. Whereas on this day in 1942, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, which gave the U.S. Army the authority to remove civilians from the military zones established in Washington, Oregon, and California during World War II. And
whereas this led to the forced removal and incarceration of some 120,000 Americans of Japanese ancestry living on the West Coast who had to abandon their jobs, their homes, and their lives to be sent to one of 10 concentration camps scattered in desolate, remote regions of the country. And
whereas no Japanese Americans were ever charged, much less convicted of espionage or sabotage against the United States, and whereas they were targeted, rounded up, and imprisoned for years simply for having the face of the enemy. And whereas every February the Japanese American community commemorates Executive Order 9066 as a reminder of the impact the incarceration experience has had on their families, community, and our country. And
Whereas on August 10th, 1988, President Ronald Wilson Reagan signed into law the Federal Civil Liberties Act of 1988, finding that Executive Order 9066 was not justified by military necessity and hence was caused by racial prejudice, war hysteria, and a failure of political leadership. And
whereas the Federal Civil Liberties Act of 1988 apologized on behalf of the people of the United States for the evacuation, incarceration, and relocation of Americans and permanent residents of Japanese ancestry during World War II. The act also provided for restitution to those individuals of Japanese ancestry who were incarcerated. And whereas given recent national events, it is all the more important to learn from the mistakes of the past and to ensure that an assault on our freedom will never again happen to any community in the United States.
Now therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, proclaim February 19th, 2024 as Day of Remembrance and encourage all citizens to recognize this as an opportunity to educate others on the fragility of civil liberties in times of crisis and the importance of remaining vigilant in protecting the rights and freedoms of all. So we have here to pick this up and is Yoko Osgard, President of the Contra Costa County Japanese American Civil Citizens League. So if I can get the remainder of the council to come and join me, and we will get a photograph.
Thank you very much for this lovely proclamation. We are so honored and we're grateful that the city of Pinole, all of you are so aware that you would remember this as an important reminder to protect all civil liberties of all of our citizens and even the residents who are here who may not be a citizen, but as far as we're concerned, they're one of us. So thank you very much for reminding everybody to think of these things as we move into the election year, that we will be strong and remember to support all of our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next proclamation we have is for celebrating over 50 years of Fiat Music Company. Whereas the Fiat Music Company was founded by Marie Louise Fiataroni in 1970 in the city of Pinole, and whereas Marie Louise taught music to children at Montalvan Manor, Terra Hills Elementary, circa 1965 to 1970, and Pinole Junior High, circa 1970 to 1976, and
Whereas the company is known for its versatility in the music industry, offering lessons in a variety of instruments, including drums, bass, piano, violin, accordion, and guitar, and
whereas they cater to a wide range of ages and skill levels, from beginners to aspiring singers looking to learn from the best. And
Whereas Marie-Louise Fiatarone taught music to the lead singer of Green Day, Billy Joel Armstrong, as a child, circa 1971, and whereas Fiat Music Company is praised for its affordability and flexibility, with many customers appreciating the option for weekend classes, and
Whereas Fiat Music has performed recitals at local hospitals, veterans halls, and churches since 1970 and was recognized by the Pinole Chamber of Commerce as the Business of the Year in 2006.
now therefore I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby congratulate the Fiat Music Company on over 50 years of bringing music to the community and encourage all residents to acknowledge and applaud this milestone. And we do have Mrs. Fiatarone here, and so if you'd like to join us. I reminded Mrs. Fiatarone that when we were kids, we used to ride our bikes up to the shop when the new 45s would come out. They were 99 cents each, and we had to have $1.03 for tax, and all the kids knew that. And yeah, so that's great memories. Thank you for being here. Okay, with that, we will go back to item number 6, citizens to be heard. We did take some citizens to be heard earlier before we went into closed session, but I wanted to see if there were any additional citizens to be heard.
Yes, thank you. In person, we have Mary Horton.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Mrs. Fiatarone, I was also a student of hers. Not as famous as Green Day, but that's okay. I just wanted to give the council some compliments, because I know when I was a council member, you know, it's kind of hit or miss, and often you hear the complaints but not the good things. And one of the things I really appreciate is the infrastructure improvements to traffic calming over here on Fernandez Avenue and Tenet, and also on San Pablo Avenue and Tenet. The little improvements to protect the pedestrians is so important. And also the repainting of the parking lot at the dog park. There were several complaints about that, and my husband said, "What's the problem? Just phone the city," and boom, it was done. So I want to compliment you guys on that. And finally, the traffic signal at Appian and Marlesta. When I was on the council, we had so many accidents at that intersection. And, you know, we talked about a signal, we talked and we talked and we talked, and oh, there's money, and oh, you know, it's going to cost money. But you guys actually got it done, so I appreciate that. It's a big improvement, and people notice it even if they don't say anything. So I thought I'd say a few good words. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens to be heard?
No, there are no more public comments.
I think we see one.
Oh, I have one for 7D, but you can go ahead and speak. Okay, go ahead.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole, somebody else who survived today's rainstorms, like hopefully everyone else did. Should be a bit drier over the next few days. I just wanted to briefly mention that based on the latest information from the CDC, our current hospitalization rate for COVID in Contra Costa County is at about 7% of overall intakes having COVID, which, while it still isn't 0%, is less than 10%, so that's positive. And that in terms of the wastewater COVID rate tracking, we had a decrease of about 10% from the last time I discussed it. So, given the limited access we have to data to informing our decisions around COVID levels and so on, I figured that would be helpful information for people to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens to be heard?
No more public comments.
All right, thank you. With that, we will move to the mayor's report, and with reports and communications, and I'll start with the mayor's report. 2 weeks ago is when we met 2 weeks ago, and that week I attended the Elks Club dinner honoring law enforcement personnel from West County jurisdictions, including Pinole's own Officer Jeffrey Teal. And that was a really nice evening to honor all law enforcement. Thursday of that week, I met with CVS, both local and regional management, Pinole Middle School principal and vice principal, school board president, and Sergeant Troy Oviatt, to discuss the best ways to address retail theft and disruptive behavior that occurs in the store from students. There was cooperative discussion from all parties, and they do plan on continuing that discussion. I attended the Rotary Club Crab Feed, where we recognized police and fire personnel of the year. And I'd like to note that the volunteers that put that event together was intense, both from the Rotary Club members and the Youth Interact Club. This was a successful community get-together, as well as a pretty important fundraiser for the organization. I also attended the coffee with the city at Starbucks on Fitzgerald, and note that the next one will be at Pete's Coffee in Pinole on the second Wednesday of March. Also, we had the Economic Development Summit, which was a report to our business partners on the economic development strategy for the city. It was held in the morning at Antlers Tavern before they opened, and we do look forward to an update here in the City Council chambers from Director Whalen at one of our meetings in April. On this past Saturday, I attended the African American Student Union Jubilee held at the high school for Black History Month. It was an excellent display of art and poetry from the very talented students. Ms. Layman's, one of our teachers who has been Teacher of the Year in the past, is really a treasure in our community, and she led a very fitting tribute to teacher Gina Stewart, who passed away last year. So that concludes my the mayor's report, and I don't have any mayoral or council appointments, so I'll start with city council committee reports. And Mayor Pro Tem, please go ahead.
Thank you. So also attended the Lunar New Year celebration at the Pinole Library, and it was an amazing event that was put on by our community there. Also went to the Black History Month Jubilee, and always so impressed with how amazing our students are and the leadership in organizing that. And attended the City Seal Ad Hoc Subcommittee meeting, made some really great progress with Councilor Martinez-Rubin at that committee meeting, and lastly, hosted a Valentine's Day community engagement event. So we partnered with a few of our high school students here in Pinole Valley, and we took a few hours out of our day to write a few handwritten Valentine's Day cards to our senior citizens here in Pinole, and we had about over 100 handwritten cards for them. And so very, very thankful for our interns that we have here in the city of Pinole, who did an amazing job organizing students and making sure it was a success for everybody. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mayor. A couple of updates. First and foremost, I wanted to just thank, the community for so many community celebrations. It was great to see the council and our community out at the Pinole Valley High School Black History Month Jubilee on Saturday. Really, I think we saw how amazing our students were at our first city council meeting of this month, but seeing them in action is always so beautiful, between the artwork and the music and all the performances. It was a really powerful event, and just really grateful for Pinole Valley High School for putting that together. I was also able to attend the Contra Costa African American Contra Costa College African American Staff Association event. They also put on a really, really exciting Black History Month celebration this year, and again, just moved by so much creativity of celebration of African Americans, both just across the West County area, but also across the United States and even internationally. And really excited about those two. And of course, it would be remiss upon if I didn't acknowledge the Lunar New Year celebrations, both at Pinole Library, which I caught the very last bit of, so I didn't see too much of it, but I was really excited to see the students at West County Mandarin School put on their Lunar New Year celebration. So thank you to all of the, if you're watching, thank you to the community groups and schools that put these celebrations on. We love doing this as a city. We love celebrating things as a city. We also love going to your events as well. So continue to please invite us. And thank you for making those public events public for everybody to attend, because it's always really so amazing to see the diversity of our community and also the celebration of young people and our elders as well. Last week, I wanted to just give a note that I had a great meeting with our new PG&E rep, Brett Bedell. So we've been formally represented in the PG&E space by Ed Aparis. We now have a representative for our area. We talked about a number of issues, but I'm really excited to, again, continue to work with our new representative, and I know he's also very excited to meet with other council members as well as our city staff. I know there's a lot of issues out there in terms of different development projects we have in the city. So if there are residents who are interested in need things, of course, you can always communicate with our planning department. You can also reach out to us as council members, and we'll hope to put you in contact with the representative. But again, it's great to have somebody who's dedicated to our region and our area in particular, and just looking forward to some very interesting conversations around both the budget, the California budget happening this year, but also the direction of our electricity provider. Well, some of our electricity providers, PG&E. Wanted to just give a report back. I've been asked by a few folks in the community about a really important issue that has been on my heart. I'm sure it's been on a lot of folks' heart, and I know it's oftentimes in the news. And I just wanted to give a report back because I realized I never actually communicated it. But I know that we're experiencing and seeing a lot of issues both online and the media, on social media, about the Israeli-Gaza conflict. And I want folks to know that it is something near and dear to my heart. And I've been asked from many members of our public around my particular position, and I just wanted to say that I know, in the coming months, our council may be looking at a resolution discussing the issue or talking about the issue. But I did release, in partnership with local electeds really across the United States, an open letter calling on the White House and Congress to take immediate action for a durable ceasefire in Israel and Palestine. Of course, recognizing that we're a diverse set of elected officials, we representing a wide range of point of views, the letter does offer a way for us as local officials to be in public solidarity with one another and join our voices to the chorus across the country calling for peace. And I just wanted to take a moment to really both acknowledge the hurt and pain of many people across this country, across the city of Pinole, and certainly across the globe in this issue. And because I've heard so many residents say, "What is our city doing? What are you all doing?" I wanted to just say that, it's not missed upon me that this is hurting a lot of people. I wish I could do more individually. I wish we all could do more. But I do wanted to encourage folks to read this open letter that I drafted along with, I believe, Mayor Pro Tem as well, was on this letter. But it is something that's important to all of us. And I just wanted to speak to that because I think that's important. And just wanted to say that I will be sharing that letter on social media. I thought I did share it, but I realized I didn't. So I will be sharing it on my website and on social media this week if folks are interested in reading that. And of course, feel free to reach out to me if you want that directly emailed to you as well. But again, I just want to recognize and just definitely show my support individually in urging both our White House and Congress to take immediate action for a durable ceasefire as Israel and Palestine in hopes of really creating or starting a healing process for everybody. Last update, or a few last updates I wanted to give is that on March 1st, I wanted to make sure folks know that at the Pinole Library, there's going to be, March 1st at 1 p.m., there's a presentation by Contra Costa Senior Legal Services. This session is focused on how to recognize scams, protect your identity and data, and avoid identity theft. No registration is required, and again, this is at Pinole Library. I know there's been kind of a spike in nationwide, really, in terms of just breaches of trust in government, well, not government, but largely a lot of scammers are utilizing government tools to replicate government tools and make you seem like you're interacting with government as a way to take your information. Contra Costa Senior Legal Services and the Pinole Library are putting together a session to really help us all in protecting our own assets, protecting our own families, and ensuring that, these scam artists are not as good as they try to be. So if you are interested in something like that, please, again, that's on March 1st at 1 p.m. I'm sure the Pinole Library and Contra Costa Senior Legal Service would love to have you there. And just the last two updates. The last one is, the next one is fun, which is there's a project that actually is starting to launch this year called, I'm sorry, I'm hearing noises in the auditorium. All right. The next project is actually really fun. So I wanted to let folks know that the Pinole Rotary Club is launching its first ever Youth Character Awards. And I'm really excited to be a partner in this. This is something that actually several Rotary clubs across our region do. And Pinole, we're trying to bring it to Pinole. The general information here is that, we want to honor this year in May good character students, the everyday students. right? The student that are not traditionally recognized, not the jocks or the folks who are really good in academics, who are the superstars, but the everyday student who stands up to bullying, who helps those in need, and who works to build teams that are inclusive. This is not about grades. It's more important than that. It's about character. And so we are asking the community, the public, to help us recognize some amazing young people and nominate them for a Good Character Youth Award. Students must be attending a school located in Pinole specifically. That could be an elementary school, that can be a middle school or a high school. And ideally in the West Contra Costa Unified School District, but they just have to go, but they have to be located in a Pinole. And we're looking for stories of how today's youth make choices that illustrate one of the good character traits that embodies Rotary's guiding principles. And I think these would be something that we all probably would agree to, right? Of the things we say or do, is it truth? Is it truthful? Of the things we say or do, is it fair to all those concerned? Of the things we do or say, will it build goodwill and better friendships? And of the things we do and say, is it beneficial to all concerned? If folks are interested in nominating a young person, we are accepting nominations on our website, pinolerotary.org, and that's until March 30th. So you can nominate a student. You don't have to personally know the student. You can nominate somebody for someone else if you like to, but we're really accepting nominations until March 30th for a ceremony that happens in May. We'll actually be inviting all of our dignitaries, including our entire council, and of course, some of our city staff as well to attend if you'd like to. What's really fun about this is that most students will be, what we've seen in other cities is that students will kind of receive their award and get to shake hands with pretty much every dignitary in their area. So we'll be inviting a lot of folks to be a part of that. And again, we're just trying to set the tone that, you don't have to be a jock or, an academic superstar, which we always are willing to support. You also can be just a student who's a good person, and we really want to honor those type of folks. So if you are interested, please nominate somebody. You can go to the Pinole Rotary's website or Facebook to find the nomination. You can also email me if you're interested, but it's just a great program that we're launching here in our city, and I wanted to share that in my communications report. So I believe I'll leave the last update, was actually about our city manager selection committee, which will be meeting tomorrow, but I'll leave that to our interim city manager to give a brief report back about that as well. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to Councilmember Tave.
Thank you. Just in the interest of time, I'll keep my report short because I think we were all pretty much at some of the same events. I just want to make one comment about the Black History Month Jubilee. It was a really great event. It was done masterfully. Really impressive. Just the start from the Gullah all the way to current and modern art that's being produced and successes from the African American community. It was just really impressive to be there and be with everybody. And celebrating the African American diaspora. That I think that was truly represented in that, and Michelle Lehman's really put on a great show. So I just want to say thank you to the high school for putting that event on. That was on the 17th. On the 16th, I was able to attend the memorial for Irma Anderson. And that was a great celebration of life and accomplishments from former Mayor of Richmond. I just want to say that was really something. I think they're going to have another event towards the end of the month. And just really, as we're talking about African-American history, attending that event, we learned a lot about her influence in Richmond, and I encourage everybody to attend that. The celebration, I believe, is towards the end of the month in February. The date's escaping me, but I know that the city of Richmond has that information on their website. Attended the crab feed. I could say I e-biked it in. So it was carbon-free getting there and home, and it was a great event. Really enjoyed it and seeing everybody there and be able to fellowship with the community. That was really great. One event, so the WICTAC is on Friday, and we're going to be talking about the TDM, and that's the Transportation Demand Management Model that's put out. We are going to be receiving a CCTA. Tim Hale is going to be giving us a presentation there about the TDM program and an update from CCTA. There's also going to be the Contra Costa County health department that will be speaking about Safe Routes to School program, where they'll be identifying routes for children to try. I know we have a few issues up by Pinole Middle and a lot of the different drop-off sites, so that's going to be an interesting presentation from them. We're going to get the financial reports and, you know, the monthly update, but usually the regular agenda items is where the meat of the meeting is, and that's going to be on February 23rd at 8 a.m. The last thing I wanted to mention was, you know, we did have a tragedy in the community last week, and I just want to, you know, point to that, you know, domestic violence is something that happens at varying levels of degree, and unfortunately, somebody lost their life. And I just wanted to put there are resources out there for families that may be wrestling with some of these issues, and you know, it's something that's very difficult, just because, you know, I believe this was our first homicide this year, which to a small community like this, it really impacts everybody, just because we are a small community. So I just wanted to share the number for Contra Costa County's crisis and support line, and I just want to highly encourage our community, if you even feel these feelings coming on, or whatever might motivate you to have fear or anger or something of that nature, especially in your household. Every life in this community is precious. We want you to just call the support line. The number is 1-888-215-5555, and that's the stands. It's 24/7 crisis support. You know, please, you know, use those numbers, use these support systems that we have in the community and the county to help, you know, keep everybody healthy and keep everybody, you know, in a good state. So just wanted to throw that out there, and really just, you know, if you need that help, city resources as well, if you feel like you got to call the city, we could try to put you in the right direction. So thanks.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor Toms. So since we last met as a council, I too participated in the City Seal Ad Hoc Committee. Thank you to Assistant to our City Manager, Ms. Epps, and Councilmember Sasai for joining me and us working together on designs that I believe have been out there among the public for input, so that we eventually will update both a city seal and a logo that represents Pinole, with all that community input that we have acquired over several months of work behind the scenes. Also participated in the Economic Development Summit. Thank you to Director Whalen and her staff for putting on that event at the iconic Antlers Tavern here in Pinole, which itself as a business has navigated the different economic waves that Pinole has experienced. And as a small family-run business, represents some of the more valued eateries and locations that the public has known and experienced over the years. Importantly, it was an event where some of our current partners for the city participated, and also either a continuation, but also the beginning of relationships to be formed, identified, so that in the next 4 or 5 years, the economic development strategies that have been identified in support with consultant to the city will be implemented. So thank you all for participating in that. And if you didn't attend this time around, again, there will be opportunities to do so in the next several years. The Black History Month Jubilee was a wonderful celebration of the African diaspora and its influence in the arts. Much beloved for me to have that experience to enjoy, but importantly as well that the students represented not only the best of what is in Pinole with regard to their experience as artists, but also the students that surround our city who participate in the programs at Pinole Valley High School. Pinole Valley High School represents not only student residents of Pinole, but as well from neighboring cities. Kudos and thank you to those students and the adults, their teachers, Ms. Lehman and Principal Kibbe, among their great supporters. Look forward to next year's Jubilee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to council requests for future agenda items. Anybody have anything? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I actually apologize. I just have two other things on communications. I think I may have said this to our staff, but our May 5th meeting, I won't be present, and I would usually, March 5th, thank you. March 5th meeting, I won't be present. I just wanted to notify the public and our staff about that, and I would typically give a location, but my location will be moving in the water in the Atlantic Ocean. So I don't think that would be appropriate to give out as a location. But I just wanted to let the public know that I won't be here for our March 5th meeting. And then on March 20th, I wanted to encourage the public to register for county supervisor, federal glovers, how to win a winning grant proposal. It's really a day seminar that includes food about how to get acquainted with potential grantors, the language of grant writing, and the essential parts of our proposal, as well as program evaluation. I know there's been a lot of residents interested in developing grants, writing grants, so there is an opportunity for you to learn how to do that and join in on other folks. And I believe the supervisor's chief of staff, Dr. David E. Frazier, who has a lot of experience in this work, is leading that symposium or seminar, and that's an all-day thing on March 20th from 8:30 to 4:30 at Los Medanos College in Pittsburgh, California. As it relates to the to future council agenda items, I wanted to, and thank you, Councilmember Tave, for really honing in on a really tragic incident that happened in our community that is still bringing us all a moment of reflection and probably healing as we move forward. But there is a a Contra Costa Crisis Center that has incredible resources for many events that we deal with as it relates to both violence but experiences. And they just had and hired a new executive director, and I think she'd be interested in I know she's interested in making a presentation, so I wanted to ask the council if that would be something we'd all be interested in having at a future meeting.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Wonderful.
Okay, there's consensus.
Okay. And the other thing is, I know that in the past we've had conversations around wireless technology in our community. I met with a resident this past weekend at my coffee chat about the Environmental Health Trust making a presentation about, essentially they're a working think tank group that is aiming to promote healthier environments, particularly thinking and developing research around environmental health hazards of small cell facilities. So I'm just requesting a future presentation of that group to the council if that's of interest to folks as well.
Any interest?
Okay.
Say yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, there's consensus there. Thank you.
Great, and that's all
Okay.
for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, any other future agenda items?
We do have a speaker card, Mayor,
Yes.
or Rafael Menes.
Okay, thank you.
Greetings again, Mayor. My name is Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole, and I just have a brief request on the agenda item side of things. I noted looking over the draft council meeting minutes that when I requested the City Council recognize Autism Acceptance Month, it was noted down as a motion to consider a proclamation for Autism Awareness Month, and I'd just like to request that the council change the proclamation to recognizing Autism Acceptance Month, both because that's what it's been formally, the name's been formally changed to since 2021, according to, the Autism Society. And also because ultimately awareness is just the first step towards acceptance, right? We could be aware of what's going on in our community, how we think about things, how we empathize with others, the ways that we see the world and interact with other people or don't. But ultimately, I think the important thing about recognition is seeking acceptance of neurodiverse and autistic people alike, not just awareness. So I would request that the council have the proclamation in April be for Autism Acceptance Month, not Autism Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No other speakers.
Okay, with that, question of our city attorney, can we correct the minutes to reflect that, or do we need to have a consensus that we change the name of the proclamation?
So through the chair, if there seems to be consensus, and I could just look at a nod of heads, we can make sure that the minutes are updated. Those aren't on the agenda, so we could make sure that the minutes, when they come forward at the next meeting, will reflect that. And obviously the proclamation, which I think is in April, we'll make sure that it's reflected as well.
Okay, and there's consensus for that. Yes. All right, thank you. All right, next on the agenda is city manager report and department staff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity. I'll be brief since you'll hear a lot from the police department tonight. I do want to thank the Rotary Club, as many of you have mentioned, the Rotary Club and also the Elks Club for recognizing first responders. It's a great event, and it's a good time to really pause and reflect the great work that's done for all the first responders in the area. So we appreciate them. I do want to mention that we have contracted with Bob Murray and Associates. We're excited about that, to hire them to work with the subcommittee and other groups with our city manager recruitment. The contract is not to exceed $45,000, but there'll be plenty of opportunities at different levels for the community to engage with this process and get their input on who they want to lead the city in the future. So we're excited about that. It all kicks off on the 21st with a subcommittee meeting and myself. So we're excited about that work that's going to be done and the important work that needs to be done with that. We also selected a ballot measure consultant. We're going with Lou Edwards Group, who has some experience with our current director, Guillory. She has had great success with them, and they understand the needs of our city, and we're excited about moving that forward and working with them as well. I do have to touch base on the incident that councilperson Tabe mentioned. On Friday morning, our community woke up to a horrific event that affected many in our community. It was the murder of a young woman, and I think it's really important that we highlight just the tragedy that involved, that it wasn't just one family that affected our entire community, because the family was a well-known family in our community. So just a tragedy all the way around, from the victim to also include the suspect as well. I do want to highlight the great police work and partnerships that allowed for the apprehension and arrest of the suspect with no injuries to any other officers or to the suspect himself within 15 hours of this tragic event from occurring, which is almost unheard of. I do want to mention one thing, that because we know that we hear about the police officers of when we do something that people aren't happy with, but randomly, very rarely do we hear about when people are doing great work. And it really takes somebody with courage and great wherewithal to actually run to a call for service like that, and to put themselves in harm's way to help and protect our community. And we have a great police department that is willing to put their life on the line for our community. And I think that's worth noting, and very rarely do we get any response back from our community when those things happen. So I think it's worth noting today. And I will say to them, although I am the police chief, that I appreciate all the effort that all these officers spent that day. And something that needs to be mentioned is the mental health of our officers that go into those type of situations, including the dispatchers that take the calls. But we're very proud of the work that we've done in that space. We're nationally known for our wellness program and our resources, and we're very, very well equipped. And I have to thank council for that, because we're one of the first people to actually have a budget line item for mental health and wellness programs, and very, very super proud about that. And I talk about that around the country all the time, that we were one of the first people to have that. So, but again, thank you for all you do in keeping our community safe, officers. And I just want to mention the Easter egg hunt on March 16th from 10 to 12 at Fernandez Park. And then, of course, I'm going to end my city manager's report with turning it over to our director, Mishra, who's going to give us our road maintenance report that he gives us on the second council meetings of the month. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Neil. Good evening, council and public.
So this is the monthly report, Public Works operations and maintenance activities for the city of Pinole. From the last time I reported until mid-January. So this period from January 17 to 16th of February. So I provided this report as an email to all the council members, and will be publishing as part of the Pulse too. And just to give an overall view, we attended roughly about 291 service requests over the last month. This does not really represent a huge jump, but this is just a better reporting of capturing all the details. So out of those, about 106 were the roads, about 39 for facilities, parks about 122, stormwater and emergency call-outs were 10 and 14. Under roads, we had significant potholes repaired, which included San Pablo Avenue, Pinole Valley Road, Sarah Drive, Appian Way, Terra Hills, Son Drive, Wright Avenue, Faria Avenue, Old Pinole Valley Road, and Olinda Court. And there were signs installed along San Pablo Avenue at the various intersection at the nose of the curves to make it better visible. And there were 10 signs, parking signs installed on Appian Way, and no parking signs I meant, and 10 no parking signs on Pinole Valley Road. As you can see from the report, the facilities, we had about 39 service requests. We completed some of the requests for the fire station to repair a subfloor on 73, and some other plumbing works in 74, and some miscellaneous works around hanging banners, hanging pictures, assembly cabinets. Those are the facilities requests that we usually get. Parks had about 122 requests, but just a note there that the cleaning of the park restrooms is what we kind of estimated, because it's a daily activity for at least 5 restrooms. We just that's 100 requests, but that's not really a request, it's a daily work. So if we take that out, the other requests were really 22 out of the 122. Other than that, we did have a bunch of emergency call out because of the storm situation for the last few weeks. We had contractors attending to our potential overflow at the Pinole, and several tree issues and water main break issues during this time. So that concludes my report. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Mishra? Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
And I just want to say, I hope you got a little bit of sleep in between all of those.
Yeah, I did. I'm not sure about my staff.
Thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Any comments or questions down here?
Just thank you for all your work. Thank you to your team as well.
Yes, and I'd like to echo that. Okay.
Thank you.
I'll move to City Attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor Toms. So just a brief update, wanted to mention that we have our next municipal code update subcommittee meeting on Monday. We'll be providing our single-use plastics ordinance. We have an ordinance to review, so that will be going to the subcommittee for review, and then once approved at the subcommittee level, it'll go to the city council. We'll also be reviewing the environmental purchasing policy and a few updates to the procurement policy as well. So those updates will come forward to the subcommittee on Monday. I also want to provide a bit of an update about the city attorney's office. So I've served as the city attorney for 7 years here in Pinole. I've done so as a contract city attorney. I'm not a full-time employee of the city. I'm under a contract with the law firm of Myers-Nave. And I've been with Myers-Nave for 13 years. There's 7 partners at Myers-Nave, all of whom serve as city attorneys, who are going to be separating from the firm and forming our own firm, the Redwood Public Law Group. So we plan on doing that effective March 14th. I plan on continuing to serve as the city attorney here in Pinole, and I appreciate the council's support in that regard. There'll be a contract that'll come forward to the city council at the next city council meeting. I did want to mention for members of the public, our entire city attorney practice group will be coming. So Alex Mogg, who's our assistant city attorney and who covers planning commission meetings, will be joining the new firm, as well as Erika Gonzalez, Juliet Vaughn, 11 other city attorneys from throughout the Bay Area, in 20 attorneys in total. So I just wanted to provide that update. There'll be no change or disruption in service. I'll just have a different email address, and I'll be with a different employer. But that's the update to provide, and thank you, council, for your support.
Okay, thank you. With that, are there any public comments?
Yes, we do have one online, Cordell Hindler.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? Looks like Mr. Hindler is still having technical difficulties, and there are no more public comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we will jump down to agenda item, let's see, we have a presentation from our police department.
Good evening. All right, we're here. All right. Thank you, Mayor, Council, Interim City Manager and Chief Gang, and community and staff. It's a privilege for Commander Matt Avery and myself to be here today to present to you the fine work that the men and women of our police department do every day. So we'll get right into it. Next slide, please. As you can see here, our mission statement and core values. It's important that we start our presentation with this. These are far more than slogans on a wall. These are things that we measure the performance of our department by every day. We hold our officers to this standard as well as ourselves, and we believe it makes a significant positive impact into the community. Next slide, please. Staffing. We're proud to show our success in this area, in the area of recruitment and retention. Not very many departments, specifically in our area or even in California, can boast the success that we've had in this area. It's been through a lot of hard work, our reputation in the law enforcement community, and really a testament to the quality of people in our organization. Currently, we're allocated 30 sworn members. Our current sworn staffing level is 27. There's a little asterisk there I'll explain here in a second. Allocated civilian numbers of 19.25. Still looking for the 0.25 person running around, but we'll find them. And our current civilian staffing is at full staff, which is quite an accomplishment. Currently, we have 2 police officer trainees in the police academy. They're slated to graduate in May this year. We have an open recruitment for a lateral officer, and we've just hired a community service officer, so we're fully staffed in that area as well. And then we'll be opening up a recruitment for internal, external for police sergeant in March. So pretty exciting in our area of staffing. Next slide, please. Get into crime reporting, UCR NIBRS, and I'll turn it over to Commander Avery.
Thank you. Good evening. Council, Mayor, Interim City Manager, Police Chief, Gang. Before we get into the statistics, I wanted to take an opportunity to provide a historical overview and explain the systems that we used in reporting crimes in 2020, or for 2020 through 2023. As you'll see, we changed systems due to a change at the federal level. And so the uniform crime reporting was developed in 1929 by the FBI so that we could develop some standards and measure crimes nationwide. It was designed on a summary reporting system, and it served as a barometer for crime rates statewide and nationally. In 1989, the FBI changed the summary reporting system to what they refer to as the National Incident-Based Reporting System, NIBRS. And really that was designed to capture all the offenses in an incident. In 2021, so there's quite a gap between 1989 to 2021. In 2021, NIBRS became the FBI standard, and that's the only system that they accept reporting crimes now since 2021. You also might hear me refer to it as CYBRS. CYBRS, NIBRS is basically the same thing. CYBRS is just the California version. So the grouped offenses that are in NIBRS are the same. So if I say CYBRS, don't get confused. It's the same thing, just with the California twist on it. Next slide. So here is kind of the nuts and bolts of going from UCR Part 1 crimes to NIBRS. As you can see, I'm not going to read everything on the slide there, but you go from 8 Part 1 crimes to to 21 Group A offenses. And so it really expanded the scope of the crimes that we are reporting. The other major change is that the summary reporting system used a hierarchy and only reported the most serious offense within the Part 1 crime categories. Now, with NIBRS, we are reporting multiple offenses within the same incident. And just so to give you an example, our recent incident at Chevron that involved the robbery, attempted carjackings, the attempted homicide, burglary, weapons offenses, threats to officers, and vandalism, in the summary reporting system, that would have been reported as a robbery. Now it's reported as 5 different incidents: the attempted homicide, the robbery, the threats to the officer, the weapons offenses, and the vandalism. So not only does NIBRS capture a broader range of offenses, it is also a more comprehensive barometer of crime trends. However, it is impossible to draw any comparisons or conclusions on crime rates for years that were reported under the summary reporting system and now NIBRS. So as we go to the next slides, try to avoid making any conclusions from what was Part 1 UCR to NIBRS numbers. The other change that NIBRS brought in was that they added a category of crimes against society. So you still have the crimes against people, crimes against property, but also we now have crimes against society, and also they moved robbery to crimes against property. So it's still in there, but it's just a property crime now for reporting purposes. So next slide. So now the numbers. So for 2020 and 2021 and the first 3 months of 2022, we reported using the Part 1 crime categories. 2020 is our pandemic effect year, and you can see in 2021 an uptick in the crime rates. 2020 we were at historic lows statewide and nationwide for property crimes, and the crimes against people were at rates not seen since the 1960s. So in 2021, we regionally, statewide, returned to pre-pandemic numbers. So as you see the percent change there in the gray column, that's a trend that we saw regionally, statewide, and nationally. And then for the last column there, 2022, that is for January through March. for the Part 1 reporting. So next slide. So this is where we get into NIBRs, and you can see that the numbers look a lot bigger. They are bigger, but again, remember it's more crimes and more offenses within an incident. So in 2022, we reported NIBRs for April through December, so 9 months. And we annualized the numbers there in the second column for 2022. So taking those 9 months, projecting them out what they would be for 12 months. And that's the annualized numbers there in the second column. And you can compare those to 2023 NIBRs numbers. That's for the entire year. And as you can see, a decrease of 11% overall, decrease of 11% in crimes against people, 19% decrease in crimes against property, and a 70% increase in crimes against society. And I think it's important to for that category is to understand what those crimes are. Let's see here. Find my notes here. Going back a couple slides there, it's drugs, narcotics, gambling, pornography, obscene material, prostitution, weapons laws, loitering, disorderly conduct, driving under the influence, and drunkenness. A lot of these crimes are reported by officer-initiated activity. And in April 2023, 2023, my notes have it wrong. In April of 2023, we recognized an opportunity to improve our proactivity with our officers. We presented this opportunity to our sergeants and worked with our officers to increase enforcement, specifically traffic enforcement and overall officer-initiated activity. And that category went up over 200%. For traffic stops and officer-initiated activity. And what the result was an increase of over 200% in arrests for weapons law violations and narcotics. So that 70% increase is directly related to our officers out there being proactive and take in the two biggest categories, taking drugs and illegal weapons off the street. So next slide, yes, this one. A little hard to read here, but this is basically a breakdown of the 2022 and 2023 NIBRs numbers. And remember, the 2022 are only the last 9 months of the year. And you can see down there in the drug and narcotic violations and also the weapons law violations on the right-hand side, the increase. And again, that's directly related to officers out there being proactive, and those all represent someone going to jail or a criminal complaint filed by the DA's office.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So one of the benchmarks of efficiency and effectiveness that we look for out in patrol is our response to priority 1 calls. As you can see in 2023, our response call time, that's from time of the call is dispatched to the time an officer arrives on scene, was 2 minutes and 49 seconds. It is considered that anything under 5 minutes is an exceptional response time. And so we're very proud to report that not only has it's a great time, but it's also has continued to improve. Next slide, please. One of the ways we measure our dispatch efficiency and effectiveness is our ability to answer 911 calls and the time that it takes to do that. You can see in 2023, our dispatch center received over 18,000 911 calls. 97.7% were answered in less than 10 seconds. and 99.84 were answered in less than 20 seconds. The state requirement is 90% and 95%, and we exceeded those times. Next slide, please. So this is a popular topic, and that is the blotter, excuse me, and our move now to citizen RIMS. So in a continual effort to increase our organizational and staff efficiency and leverage technology and expand our engagement with the community, we identified the blotter as a legacy technology in need of an upgrade. And what we're moving to is citizen RIMS. So with the current blotter system, it summarizes and highlights incidents that occur within the city of Pinole. It does not include details about every crime reported. It does not include officer-initiated activities such as traffic stops, pedestrian stops, etc., where there's a case, the case is not taken. And it does not include missing persons, mental health calls, sex registrations, loose dogs, etc. And the information is manually pulled from multiple databases and is fairly labor intensive in putting that report together so then it can be disseminated out to the public. Next slide, please. Citizen RIMS, through our existing computer-aided dispatch program, we will now be able to provide this information to the public on a web-based platform. The new platform will allow the community direct access to important services, as well as give them the ability to see the information in map and searchable form. Residents can register that they have video cameras through this portal, which can significantly enhance our investigative efforts. And the citizen activity log will be accessible and in a format that can be placed on PCTV. So those that get that information through PCTV can still continue to get that information. It increases our information that we can put out there. It also has the ability for our citizens to register vacation home checks, as well as their security cameras. They can sign up for alerts, and the information will include a map display for calls for service, so they can actually see where things are occurring within the city geographically. It'll include missing persons, stolen vehicles, and arrest log. So a lot higher level of transparency and information available to the public. Next slide, please. As we transition to this, we'll be transitioning actually in the next few weeks. We're kind of ahead of schedule. Originally, we thought it'd be 30 to 45 days, but we're ahead of schedule. We're actually testing it now. With that, we'll be doing a public information campaign to educate our community, and we'll be pushing that out through our social media and other channels so that everybody has an understanding of how they can access it and what that technology can bring to them. Next slide, please. Continuing with kind of the theme of technology, one of the things that we always look to do is improve our out in the field technology resources that we have available to our officers. What we look at is, can we provide effective services in a safer manner, not only to our officers, but also to the community. Here are just a few examples of some of the technology that we use, and maybe you're familiar with it. We have the BOLA wrap restraint, which is a less lethal way of restraining suspects. We have the Star Chase, which is a pursuit alternative. We have our Body Cam 3 cameras, which we've recently upgraded, as well as the Taser device. Next slide, please. 2023-2024 goals. These we've presented in the past. I just want to highlight a couple. The initiatives that this year we're making progress on. One is the EOP, which you all know is underway, and we're making good progress on that. We're also pleased to announce that we are planning on and scheduled to convert to a modified 410 patrol schedule in July this year. And then our CERT program, that was approved in this current budget for equipment and materials. However, we are still in need of some allocation for staffing resources to bring the program to life and sustain it over time. But these goals we've made some significant progress on, and we're very excited for what the future holds. Next slide, please. Our volunteers. we couldn't do what we do without the help of our volunteers. We have two primary programs. That's our Police Explorer program, and this is for young people that are interested in law enforcement, that are part of our community and want to learn about law enforcement and make a difference. We currently have 6 Police Explorers, and then our Pinole Posse. It was created back in 2018, and it's volunteers who go out and patrol hotspots, provide visibility to our community that we're out there. And currently we have 2 posse members, and we are always accepting applications for new volunteers within our organization. Next slide, please. The heartbeat of engaging with our community is our community outreach efforts. And here you can see a few of them. We have our National Night Out, Bike Rodeo, Coffee with the City, Read Across America. These are all important activities that we do reaching out to the community. And significant, I want to take a second to draw attention to someone within our organization that really is the heartbeat of this and makes this happen, and that's Community Service Specialist Natasha. And I'm sure all of you have met Natasha, but the amount of work that she puts forth with her and the other people in our staff that assist her is unbelievable, really, and it really what makes this possible and such a thriving aspect of our department, and I think something the community really enjoys. Next slide, please. A community engagement. Outreach is really nothing until we can engage with the community. That's part of our core mission. And everybody, you can see some kind of goofy photos here of some of the events this last year. But really from top to bottom, left to right, and everywhere in between, all of our staff engage in these community outreach programs. And it really is the lifeblood of our organization. Next slide, please. One of our cornerstone events is the Hope event, Project Hope. We held this in May of this year, and this is a project that we put on, and it is held typically at Motel 6 here in town. And we set up, we have a complete setup for anybody within our community that is unhoused. They can come to this. We also partner with CORE and other county resources where they actually help bring people to this event. We provide food, we provide haircuts, we provide a shower, a clean room for them to decompress and kind of get organized. We provide clothing. We have much of our staff is out at this, as well as other community members and churches and other community organizations that help support this. And this really is a shining example of the difference that we're making in the community and how powerful partnerships within the community are. We couldn't do this on our own. And it's the other community organizations that come help make this a success. Next slide, please. So the schools, our young people are so important to this community. They're vital to the success of our community and the health of our community. So we have a couple programs that support that. One is our school liaison officer program, as well as the student of the month. So we have officers, beat officers, as you're probably aware, and officers that are assigned to a particular beat. The schools that are within that beat, those officers are assigned to those schools to do weekly check-ins. They check in with staff, they check in with students. This is all in coordination with the school, and it really leads to some exceptional results. Not only do we get a chance to meet with faculty and staff and see how things are going and where we can help, but it also gives our young people an opportunity to interact with officers in a neutral environment and really on their turf, right? We are the visitors, and we're coming to visit them and really have that positive interaction. Recently, we had the opportunity, excuse me, at Pinole Valley High School. Kibbe reached out to us, and we reached out to them and to address a very important issue, and that is the issue of opiates in our community, and specifically the power of Narcan, naloxone. And so we held a faculty training I believe it was last week, in which we had all their faculty staff and talked about how to identify signs of opiate overdose and then how naloxone can help save lives. And it was very well received. We're continuing to work with specifically Pinole Valley High School and partnering with them, and we're going to continue to provide more education to them. But really a real success. And again, we couldn't do that without the partnership of the schools. Next slide, please. For our senior citizens, we have Operation Blue Angel. Those that are 55 years or older and live alone or alone for extended periods of time, they can register. We have information, a lockbox, and that way if they're ever in their home and we need to have access, we can do that. It's really been a great program and received very well. Next slide, please. Therapy dog. I'm sure you're all familiar with Milo. Most of you are probably see Milo out at community events and those types of things with his handler, Officer Jennifer Witchy. But you may not know that Milo performs a lot of other tasks, and that is helping with community violence solutions, early childhood development, our county children's interview center, has been vital in assisting other agencies that have gone through traumatic events. We've had the opportunity to go and visit and bring the calming presence of Milo. So something a program we're very proud of. And this last year, we published the first Milo coloring book, which you just got to stay in the lines is all. So next slide, please. Social media platforms. We recognize how important it is to be where our community is. We believe that the best place to meet our community is where they are. And one of the places that they are is our social media platform, or the social media platforms. We have a presence on the predominant social media platforms, and we work very hard to stay relevant on a weekly basis, if not daily basis, and not only to be relevant and within our community, but also to provide vital information when emergencies happen or important information needs to be disseminated to the community. Next slide, please. Pinole Police Department has and continues to have positive impact on the profession. As Chief Gang has spoken about, Pinole PD has to be there for, or has been there for the law enforcement community and made an impact that really is remarkable. Not enough credit can be given to Chief Gang for his vision and dedication to make this positive difference in the world of law enforcement. It's a tough world, and I think I'm very proud, and we are very proud as an organization to be a part of making significant strides in the area of wellness within our industry. Next slide, please. One of the big undertakings this year was the Smash the Stigma vehicle number 188, and you've probably seen it around. In 2023, the department unveiled this vehicle. It journeyed to Grapevine, Texas, where it was revealed at the First Help annual weekend event. And this vehicle has garnered national attention and brought significant attention to law enforcement suicide. The 188 is significant. That represents the average number of traumatic events that law enforcement professionals will experience in their career. The average citizen will experience between 4 and 6 traumatic events in their lifetime. Obviously, that could vary greatly. But officers, dispatchers, and the like experience a significant higher volume. And this card just brings attention to that officers that have suffered in this area are not alone. And it's important that we recognize the level of dedication that they have and how they put themselves on the front line every day. Next slide, please. We also unveiled our Zen Den. It's kind of a catchy title. For officers and dispatch and staff, while on duty, they can decompress and have restorative time. So we have a little video here of the story NBC Bay Area did on our Zen Den.
We're going to need to exit and restart in order to run the audio. Give us a moment.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. I can try to narrate, but probably wouldn't go.
Interpretive dance, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, here's something new and zen, a Zen den for the Pinole Police Department, not for the criminals, but for the cops. NBC's Jody Hernandez takes us inside this Zen den, the Bay Area's first police officer decompression room.
Officer Jennifer Witchey has seen and experienced a lot while patrolling the streets of Pinole.
And with this job, you never really know what's coming your way. Every day is different. Every minute is different. A lot of people don't realize that officers are subjected to hundreds of traumatic calls throughout their entire career. And it really can affect your mental health and wellness and the way that you perform on the job.
But now officers have a new way to deal with the stress. It's called the Zen Den. A place to hang up their weapons, take off their bulletproof vests, and put their feet up.
Some of the officers, when they put on the belt, they put on the badge, they put on the armor, basically, right? And they go, I'm strong, I can do this, right? Not knowing that maybe they need to take a moment to themselves.
The room, complete with calming sounds, aromatherapy, crystals, and a massage chair, gives officers a safe space to process the challenges of the job. The department says it's the first of its kind in the state.
So that officers know that they can get help and that they can take time to relax. The Zen Den is supposed to provide that.
Officer Witchey is already enjoying the benefits.
And this thing will rock you to sleep. I have tried that. It's rocked me back and forth to sleep, and it will massage your hands all the way down to your feet. It's pretty amazing.
The department hopes it's just one more way to keep their force healthy as they work to keep the community safe. In Pinole, Jody Hernandez, NBC Bay Area News.
All right, next slide, please.
Well, here's something new.
All right. Not as new as the Zen Den, but something we've been involved in my entire career, and I believe probably going back to sometime early 90s, is the Special Olympics law enforcement torch run. And there are many components of this program, something that we enjoy great support from within the organization and then also from the community. I am the ride director for Bike the Bridges, which is one of the highlights for Special Olympics Northern California as far as fundraisers. You can see there that in 2022 we raised $167,000, and then in 2023 we got it up to $187,000. So we're excited, looking forward to this year. Details will be forthcoming and breaking the $200,000 mark. And I was also honored as the Northern California Law Enforcement Volunteer of the Year at the opening ceremonies for Special Olympics this summer. Next slide. And then a couple of the other programs that we participate through the Torch Run is the Torch Run itself. It'll be in June. I don't know the exact date. I think it's the third Wednesday of the of the month this year. We'll be carrying the torch down San Pablo Avenue, take it from our partners, Hercules, and then hand it off to the Drug Enforcement Agency. And then we're bringing back the Polar Plunge this year. We're a couple weeks away from that. We'll be going down, a team of us, to Santa Cruz and taking a dip in the warm Pacific Ocean. So if you don't want to join us down there, you can certainly donate and encourage us through your generosity. Next slide.
Thank you. So can kind of continue with technology here. Some of the emerging technology that we're using kind of on the back end of the department is Power Engage, Q-Hit. We'll talk about that here in just a second. Our updated CAD RMS records management system that's really allowed us to be more collaborative and to expand our capabilities. And then this last year, we expanded our training portfolio to include the Police One Academy and Lexipol daily training bulletins. These are all both California Post compliant to meet the legislative mandates, as well as allow us to customize our training that we bring to the officers based on the needs of our department and the needs of the community, which has been a huge asset to the department. Next slide, please. So here's a little video. Hopefully we're okay with that. To highlight the Power Engage Q-Hit. We've had this now for a couple years, since 2021, but I think it's worth seeing this video. This allows us to get direct feedback from the community we serve and the individuals that call us for calls for service. Sends out a text message to them following the incident. It allows them to provide direct feedback to regarding our dispatch center and our officers separately, as well as provide comments regarding their impressions of our service and provide any feedback. So if you can go ahead and play that video, please.
Your feedback is very important to our department, and we want to know how we're doing every day. That's why we're starting something new. Now, you may receive a text message survey from us after you call 911 or interact with a police officer if we got your number or entered it into our report. The text message survey will ask a few questions about how satisfied you are with the way we handle the situation, the professionalism of the 911 call taker or officer, and give you a chance to provide feedback. We'll use this information to improve our service to the community. Soon, we'll be introducing a way for you to provide feedback via text even if you don't receive a survey. Stay tuned to hear more about how you can text the chief. We listen, we respond, and we care.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So since its inception, wanted to share with you that the Pinole Police Department, both in officers out on the street and our dispatch communications center, has received over a 91% positive satisfaction score with our community, which is huge. To have the amount of contacts that we have, and given that a lot of contacts that we have often aren't, are in the worst of the days of the people that are calling us. And to be able to meet our community in this way and to get this kind of feedback from our community says a lot about the men and women in our organization, as well as our opportunity to always stay engaged with our community and meet them where they are to provide excellent customer service. Next slide, please. So a little legislative update. Each year, our officers and staff get legislative updates with what are the new emerging laws that are coming. This has been a hot topic, or one that's risen to the top of discussions, and so we wanted to touch on that. This AB 2773 requires a peace officer making a traffic or pedestrian stop to state the reason for the stop unless the officer reasonably believes that withholding the reason for the stop is necessary to protect life or property from imminent threat. So we disseminated this information to our officers prior to the beginning of the year when this went into effect. This is something we train our officers to. It's not just something we make them aware of, but we actually train them to that. And going back, there's some of us in this room that have been in law enforcement longer than others, but we've been in law enforcement for a while, and part of being a professional police officer in most encounters, especially traffic stops, is to always inform the public why you're making the stop. And this just supports really a pattern and a habit of interaction that most of our officers were already doing. But this is a legislative requirement for that now. Next slide, please. Organizational wellness initiatives, which kind of piggybacks onto some of our other things. But as you can understand, most of our efforts are forward-facing or outward-facing to the public, right? I mean, that's our job, is to be out in the public and serve our community. But it can't be underestimated how important it is to serve the people within our organization. As Chief Gang has said so many times, organizational wellness is not a program, it's a culture. And organizational wellness, the well-being of our people has and continues to be a priority for our department. This is critically important. We are nothing without our people, and it's an honor to serve with the men and women within this department. One of the recent things that we had was a wellness summit that we held at the Pinole Playhouse. It was a success. We not only had our staff in attendance, but we also had quite a few officers and other staff from regional departments in the area attend as well. So as you can see here, we have our Cortico app, which gives our officers instant access to resources confidentially. We started the yoga program. We have virtual EMDR, which is a way of officers processing traumatic events that they can do, as well as, and they can do that on site, as well as some of our wellness presentations. Next slide, please. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you for your patience in listening, and we're available to take any questions you may have.
Okay, I'll start to my left. Any questions? No? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation and all the excellent work that you do. In the report, the asterisk was about the time period for reporting statistics, April to December. What about the first quarter? What of those numbers? Where do they go? Where are they? Why don't they appear here?
So that's part of the, that was the time change from Part 1 UCR. We reported those January through March of 2022, and they are included in slide 7 of the stats. And then the last half of the year, the April through December 2022, is NIBRs. So unfortunately, as I mentioned, you can't compare.
I understand.
So the numbers are there. They're just bifurcated between the 3 months and then the 9 months under NIBRs.
Thank you. And I missed what RIMS represents. It's an acronym, yes? What does it stand for?
RIMS is the system from Sunridge. It's Records Integrated Management System.
Thank you.
It's our CAD and RMS system.
Okay. What has kept the update or the finalization of the city's emergency operations plan from occurring any sooner than what the timeline reflects?
Well,
several over time, I suppose this council and prior councils have mentioned or have asked about that. Like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So what's been the holdup so we can understand?
Well, part of the holdup, originally it was with the fire department. And then when we contracted with Confire, it came back to the police department, at which time we identified a consultant, and we're currently working with the consultant, and the timeline for the update is to be completed by April.
Which is around the corner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Members of the public not only see the regular residents, but those who have shelter, but also those who do not, those who are unsheltered or homeless. And question becomes, with all the compassion and empathy that we may have for people who are unhoused, what does the police department do for for those individuals. Could you respond to that so the public is aware of what the police can and cannot do, what the resources are in the city, and how you complement what the county offers to those who are homeless?
I can speak for the community outreach unit itself. As Commander Crone mentioned, we conduct the Project Hope outreach and provide the services. We're hoping to increase that to 2 times a year. But in addition to those single events, we do partner with community or countywide programs and get that information out to patrol as far as having resources when they do come in contact with citizens who are in need of services and being able to refer them to those resources. Do you have anything else for patrol?
So, as you know, law enforcement is a first responder organization primarily. So we typically get the call of if there's a disturbance or somebody's in need or is somebody medical attention or something like that, we get the call, we respond out. Our officers are trained to first address or meet the immediate need, whether that's a crime in progress or somebody's in distress or needs assistance. Once we've stabilized that, then we go into providing resources mode. We partner with CORE, the county resources. We also partnered with MET, which is the mental health crisis arm of the county resources, as well as mobile crisis, and other various county resources. There's too many to list at this time, but that is how our officers are trained. So we immediately, deal with whatever, address whatever concerns there are, and then pivot to providing resources. We are not mental health professionals, and so we defer to those mental health professionals when that is a need or other resources are needed and help. But we are the catalyst for that.
If I could just mention, I think the commanders are giving a good description. Although it may be housed in our community outreach unit, all officers are responsible for to be educated and also be well resourced into handling situations of the unhoused as well. What we really think it's important to know is that being homeless is not a crime, and the old school of going and removing people is not permissible, and it's not our goal. Our goal is to find resources for the people that need them, but quickly understanding that there are some people that are in situations of being unhoused that do not want resources. So it's being able to decipher what the needs are and be able to deliver those needs. And again, I think they mentioned that there is it is housed in our community outreach unit, but each officer is expected to handle and provide resources, regardless if there's a program or not. And then we also do a quarterly outreach with our community services personnel as well to go out and proactively look where we know that some of the unhoused people like to set up to go out and offer resources, food, clothing, and offer professional services from the county.
Thank you to the three of you. I recall at one time there was a program, and I believe it was sponsored by PPD, that was offered to canine owners. So not all of our doggies or pets are as well trained or behaved as Milo. I don't believe the purpose for the program was to any training, but somehow it brought pet owners together. Do either of you recall what that was? I remember my little doggie was awarded a bandana that said PPD, Paw Patrol or something.
That would be the Paws on Patrol program, and that was a program that provided training on residents, citizens that would be out walking their dog and how to recognize behavior that need to be reported to the police department.
Yes.
And that is something that we are working to revamp and bring back, that is on our agenda, so that Paws on Patrol.
Thank you. I, for one, have come to know my neighbors increasingly because of the daily walks of my canine buddy, having me out there and indeed being more aware of my surroundings as well as situations that may be occurring in my neighborhood. So if that program is coming back, wonderful. I think it's a fun way to engage the public, let them also be aware of the role that they can play in assisting PPD. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this side? Councilmember Murphy.
For sure. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you both for your presentation this evening. Super amazing. Just great information, but also just thank you for putting it and delivering it so well. I just have 3 straight questions, hopefully. The first one is about the Q-Hit? Is it called Q-Hit? Which is basically the survey tool that you all have. Is that, right now I understand you all are testing that and it's operationalizing it for the police department. Is that a tool that's only available for police departments across the nation or state? Or is that something that is or perhaps can be operationalized across multiple departments?
Good question. Yeah, no, so we're using it within their law enforcement platform, but they do, my understanding, and I'm not the expert on it, but my understanding is that they do have platforms that can cross departments. Yeah, okay. So that is as part of their portfolio.
Okay, solid. That's great. I love the investment in that, and I see and hear a lot of feedback, of course, from the community in the age of technology that it would be great to, anytime one interacts with any staff member, to be able to deliver a survey as you would customer service off a credit card or things like that. So seeing that happen in our police department is really awesome. And again, kudos to you all for that 91% rate. I think it was about 2,100 responses you all have. So it's not just that you have 91%. Some folks would say, if you had 10 responses and 9 of them were good, you would have it. I mean, you have 2,100 responses. That is a big deal, and I just wanted to note that if folks didn't see that on the presentation, that 91% is not easy to get and not easy to hold to. So just wanted to acknowledge that. My second question may be for our interim city manager and police chief, but one of the things I hear a lot in this community, which I'm really excited about, is, oh my gosh, Councilman Murphy, we have so many police officers that are diverse. They come from so many different backgrounds. I don't remember seeing that in Pinole 10 or 20 years ago. My understanding, especially in the state of California, is that it's oftentimes really challenging to seek the diversity that we want in our public agencies, largely because we can't look at race as a sole factor, for example, in determining people's, or we can't look at many identifications as a way to hire people. I'm wondering how you all are hiring such a diverse array of people. I mean, what is your strategy? Can you tell us your secret, or is that something that can't be told today?
No, we're not going to share the secret because then we'll have a problem with recruiting. So, but what we can do is tell you that we're very intentional on who comes into this organization, and understanding that Pinole is the 6th most diverse community in the state of California. We want to make sure that our police force is reflective of that community. So, of course, being diverse to match the diversity of our community is super important to us, and we use that as a criteria. Now, is that the sole criteria? Of course not. But we do have a secret sauce we use that I'm not going to advertise here, because we do want to hold on to that almost 100% staffing level that many organizations around this area cannot boast.
Awesome. Well, thank you for not sharing your secret sauce, because I know other council members from other cities watch our city council meetings, so just keep it there. Last question, Milo's coloring book. How do I get one? Also, I saw the subliminal message of you all wanting more resources. Are we charging people for those Milo books? How much do they cost? And is that enough to perhaps pay for public works projects across the city?
So that's a free resource, but for council, it's $100. Checks made out to Neil Gang, G-A-N-G. No, it's a free resource that we give out, and it's really, it's a great resource, and it teaches kids about police officers, and it just gives them an opportunity to really kind of get introduced to what officers do, and I think you'd love it. As it's not just coloring books; they have puzzles and different things. So we'll make sure you get one.
Great. Thank you so much. And aside from my, joking and fun, I really just want to commend you all on your focus on mental health, not just for the officers, but for the many people in our community that deal with, day-to-day issues. I mean, we all are managing our mental health daily, right? It's not always the kind of outlier that happened, for example, last week, right? I mean, sometimes it's just people feeling lonely. Sometimes it's folks who are, feeling anxious, and just that acknowledgement that you all have in focusing, even whether it's developing a book, right? Like for activities for Milo or something similar to that, to your Zen Den, it really shows, and it's something that is an epidemic in our world, and I'm really gracious for you all and grateful for you all to really center that work. I think that is above and beyond, and I just wanted to commend you all on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Satsai, or Vice Mayor Satsai.
Thank you. Well, thanks for your presentation, and I appreciate the work that you all do for community engagement. Really incredible work, and also for finding all the ways that we can be a national example for law enforcement agencies. It's really outstanding. So I had a question on catalytic converter thefts and what the trends have been pre-pandemic and how it's changed in the years coming.
You want to address
Is there, other than just general trends, are you looking for specific information?
How many have occurred in each year, if that's something
that I would not have this evening. It actually would take a little bit of work to dissect that. NIBRS increased the information, but getting down to that type of larceny is a little bit of challenge. I can say, since I review most of the reports monthly, that and I don't have stats, but I can say that our occurrence of catalytic converter thefts over the last year have gone down.
Great, thank you. And can you speak to the success of the previous etching or engraving events that we had before? And is that still going on, or are there still plans for future events like that?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So we did have a vin etching event, which was highly successful, sometimes partnering with some of the local shops are a little challenging, but if we see the increase of catalytic converter thefts, increase again, we'll look to do another one. I think what the commander was saying is that without having the hard numbers, again, larcenies that's how they get categorized. Sometimes it won't say larceny of catalytic converters, right? So, but we have seen that trend down a little bit. We'll knock on wood for that. But we also came out not just with a sustainable a practice of doing the vin etching, but we came up with a decal that was available for free to everybody too, that said my cat was, and it was kind of a little bit of a play on words, but my cat has been etched. And we had these bumper stickers that would go on people's cars to let people know that, hey, don't come look at our vehicle. And the bottom line is we tried to catch people in progress. That's difficult. We did take several people into custody, and at that time it was difficult to get those people charged. But you know what? We'll continue to do different things and be innovative, and at least we can push people away from the community of Pinole from stealing our catalytic converters. Unfortunately, that's what we should be happy with.
Thank you. I'm asking because I'm personally interested. I have a Prius, and although we do have decreasing rates of those thefts here in Pinole, I know a lot of residents oftentimes travel to different cities in Contra Costa or Alameda County where there are a lot of those occurrences happening. So I would love to see it again, but I know that the data would have to match that to justify that. So my second question, and I want to be very sensitive to the loss of life that would happen last week and the impacts on the community. But I had a question on gun violence restraining orders, GVROs. So for the public, those are red flag laws. They are court-issued orders that temporarily suspend a person's access to firearms when they are found to pose a significant risk to themselves or others by having legal access to firearms and ammunition. When the department responds to calls of domestic violence or even in just community engagement events, how is that being communicated as an option to folks?
So anytime we have, I'll address specifically domestic violence, is we go through a process of providing victims and our family members with what's called the Marcy's card, which outlines all the victim rights and resources that they have available to them. In addition, part of our process is going through a supplemental questioning of not only what occurred, but also the history that has occurred prior. In other words, what has led up to this? Has there been previous unreported incidents? Has it involved physical violence, emotional violence, threats, all those kind of things, including and assessing access to weapons, including firearms. Then we also go through a process of emergency restraining order process, which includes the gun, includes restraints against guns. And so we often will either collect guns at that incident, or they'll be turned in through the court process. It becomes the courts are quickly involved in that process, and then we often will receive orders from the court directly regarding those types of orders that maybe we weren't involved directly in that incident, but we've received that gun violence restraining order in order to verify action or take some action. So it's very much a part of our process that we go through that.
Thank you. And what is the process that you mentioned that is not done through the Contra Costa Superior Court? How are those orders given?
How are the orders given from the court or to the court?
Not from the court, but you mentioned a second option that those are given.
So we can request gun violence restraining order and or emergency protective order directly from the court as a part of our response to a violent incident.
Great.
And then they can also be issued by the court as part of some hearing or some, court proceeding.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that report. I have 2 follow-up questions, and these come from people that have made public comment. And the first one, I think you addressed it fully, and that's we had a question even this evening about reserve officers, and you have the Posse program and the Explorer program. For somebody to participate, for instance, in the Posse program, do they go through training, or do they just kind of, raise their hand and get recruited? How does that work?
Thank you, Mary. Thanks for the question. Yeah, so we have an application process that they go through, and there is a level of background checking to make sure they meet the standards not only of the city volunteer program requirements, but also our department, and being involved in law enforcement and confidential information and so on and so forth. And then we have ongoing trainings that they're a part of. There's a whole program that, kind of dictates how that works and what standards we expect and all that type of stuff. So yeah, there is training involved. Yeah, with that.
Excellent, thank you. And then the other question is, we have a member of the public that has suggested that the city rent space up near Fitzgerald to create a substation. Can you speak to whether or not you think that would be helpful, or if that would just take somebody off patrol and give them a place to write reports and maybe take a break? Any thoughts on?
So I can address that. So
Yeah.
I think when I first started here, we actually had a substation up in that area off Fitzgerald, and it did little to zero any change in crime. What the public probably doesn't realize is that we don't get dispatched from the police department. We get dispatched from our vehicles. We're in our vehicles the majority of the time. Our officers are writing reports in the vehicle. They're in their vehicle. So to assume that if we have a substation up there that someone's going to be there more quickly is just it's a poor assumption, because we're in the area anyway. So having that and then having to maintain that with equipment and other services is not something that we're interested, because we just don't see the impact that would make.
Okay, thank you for addressing that. With that, do we have, yes, Councilmember Tave.
I just remembered one question, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to illegal dumping. I know that's one of the things that we probably all hear a lot about, is somebody dropping a mattress, or, I've seen bags of trash on the side of the road. I'm just wondering, and it's difficult to catch somebody, and we've talked about this, I think, a couple times at council, and usually when we have these reports, there's kind of is there any changes in law or anything that would be different? What does somebody do if they witness somebody doing that? Get a license plate or something like that? Is there any action that can be taken? Or I know that Chief Gang, the last time we talked about this, we mentioned that if we don't have somebody like literally caught in the act, it's very difficult to chase down or prosecute. Just wondering if anything changed.
Yeah, so, you're on the right, thank you for the question. Yeah, so we would need specific information as to who is depositing the trash or seen doing that, specific intent crime. So just because somebody's trash is found, it doesn't mean that through code enforcement or other means that we couldn't, administratively maybe have, that conversation. And when we receive those calls, we respond to them because we don't want that blight within our city, and then we work with Public Works to get that cleaned up right away. But regarding like prosecuting, or citing somebody for that, we would need specific information as to who did who.
So one of the hard parts is I know that a lot of times it's not people. Most of the time, it's not people in Pinole, because what people do is they'll drive away or they just got from a construction site, and I see it on San Pablo Dam Road all the time. These trucks that are just parked there, right? And you're driving by it and you're thinking, okay, and then you drive home and you're seeing the trash that was in that truck, right? And you're thinking, well, God, I should have got the license plate, but does that help or?
Yeah, so I'll address that. So we certainly encourage the community to let us know, get license plates if they can. We don't want them to interact or try and stop from that occurring, because it could potentially lead to a violent encounter, which we don't want to happen. However, I mean, getting a license plate, reporting to us, we'll respond to it. What we want to really let people know is that just because we have a license plate doesn't mean that the driver is the owner of the vehicle at the time, or vice versa. So there has to be some way for us to prove who was actually doing the dumping. Just because it's the registered owner, we would have to be able to prove that the driver of that vehicle at that time. So it does take a little bit of an investigative skill and maybe, depending on the situation, be a little bit more than we would be willing to do, only because there's a lack of enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have a couple online. Last four numbers, 5748. Sir, are you able to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Anthony Wallspring. I'm a longtime senior citizen, member of the community of over 40 years, and I'm calling on behalf of my friends, neighbors, and other citizens, hoping and wishing and being a good steward and advocate for the community for a better Pinole. We like to thank Chief Neil Gang and the work his people are doing out on the streets morning, noon, and night. But I think there's a couple things here that we're missing. When you mentioned brought up the question in regard to the substation in Pinole, there's different ways to skin the cat there. With increased crime rates going up at a high rate, robberies or at a steady rate, burglaries, aggressive assaults, simple assaults, vehicle theft, and drug narcotic violations as charted, weapon violations, and things. And the police blotter proves it out, that 3 out of 4, a good majority of the incidents are up on Pinole Valley's mainly Fitzgerald Drive, around and in around that corridor that breeds those kinds of things to happen. So wouldn't it be a good idea to evaluate what it would take, whether we have to put another full-time officer on the beat or have some kind of strategy rather than go full out with a substation and put that in place for 6 months, a year, or whatever it takes, And I know other cities are doing that. Granted, they got the retail crime theft grant for $5 to $7 million that we dropped the ball on. The city staff council people, mayor, maybe even the police chief. We missed that grant, so we could have had the money to fund a lot of different things here. But I hope they could address that or revisit that in that way. Also in the report.
Sir, you have 45 seconds.
I'd like to ask, what happened to the traffic and pedestrian numbers? Mr. Director Mishra in the TAPS meeting has asked Commander Lieutenant Avery several times in the police department to make a presentation on that. Is that going to be a different presentation or an addendum to this one regarding how many stops were made in certain corridors or areas of Pinole, how many citations were given, in what period of time, COVID, pre-COVID, year to date, and so on. And also, I would like to ask about the numerous shootings up there, you know, that we've had. We've had almost a shooting every other week, if not every week, in the
Cordell Hindler.
Yes, can you hear me now, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so good evening, Mayor Toms, Council. My name is Cordell Hindler, and I'm a proud Richmond resident. So I do want to thank the police department for their presentation. It was incredible because I was watching a video of the Zen Den, and I was like, wow, this is a really cool idea. So because you got to think about the health of your officers. If they're gonna be out there fighting crime, they need to have the mental and a stable being. Because it's like a Zen Den. I think that's cool because I mean you got all the officers. They want to be focused. Like, you know, catching the bad guys. And so I think a Zen Den was very helpful. That's one. The second thought I had in mind was I kind of agree with Mr. Anthony regarding the where is the data that shows how many traffic stops that the officers had that has been shoot, I just lost my thought. How many stops that the officers had like on a regular basis? Because especially down on Tennant Avenue, it has calmed down a little bit, but I'm still not seeing the actual numbers to see how many officers, how many stops at that particular intersection. Because I go to Pinole occasionally, and Tennant Avenue is the second hot spot for people to speed, and it's like it's getting more worse now that the kids are out of school for vacation. So two, and then the third thought I had was I do like the idea of the officers, you know, going inside the schools, you know, to check up on them. I think that's a cool thought because all these kids are like, you know, they need the help they can get because it's like it's getting better, but it's not fully better. So I do respect the police department and for what they do to keep the city of Pinole safe. As for the residents, and I'll just leave it at that.
There are no more public comments.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any responses to any of the comments regarding data for traffic stops? Or is that something that can be prepared separately in the future?
Yeah, we touched on it in the presentation that from 2022 to 2023, our overall traffic stops, I think, went up, 200%? Over 200%. If the council would like specific data, I'm sure we can get that together.
Okay, thank you. And with that, any further questions or comments? Okay. Yes.
Mayor Thomas, if I may, just to, so that members of the public may understand better, there was a comment made that, in my mind, represents that individual's perception of crime in the city, which may or may not mesh with what you document. There was reference to what caught my ear was shooting every week. It seems to me when there are incidents that happen in a relatively short period of time, it's easy to perceive that there's an increase in crime overall. So can you comment on that so we leave this this meeting understanding that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. That is, as the saying goes, perception is reality, right? And so when you have a concentration of events or even one event, it brings that to light. That's one of the things that we are excited about with going to the citizen RIMS, is that people will actually be able to look at the data and search the data, so they can actually see what is occurring or not occurring, and not only the rate of that it's occurring, but where it's occurring. And we have not seen an increase in shootings or any of those type of activity compared to other years. But we can understand how that can be a perception sometimes based on current events.
Okay, with that, thank you very much for the very informative report. Okay, next on our agenda is the consent calendar. Do I have any council members that want to pull anything or have questions or comments? And I would just note that, for the minutes, we would correct, we would adjust the minutes regarding the request for a future agenda item for Autism Acceptance Month for April. Okay, yes.
Motion to approve as amended.
Okay, and let's see if we have any public comments.
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler.
Okay.
Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so good evening again, Mayor Toms, Council. I am Cordell Hindler, and I am very concerned about the consent calendar number E regarding the budget. And so, as I had brought up last time, it's like I was going through the budget for the past fiscal years, and I think I'm kind of torn between between $40,000 and $80,000, because I seem to recall that because there was a couple of line items on there regarding the having a consultant to work with staff on the diversity, equity, inclusion. And so I'm looking at this and I said, well, the amount just kind of dropped a little bit from $80,000 to $40,000. And so I'm thinking that my concern is that that $40,000 is kind of a small amount for to hire a consultant. So that's one. And then on there. On C, adopt a resolution approving a revised compensation plan, because I do support that, because I have my other thoughts about that, but I said I'll just leave it at that. So so I would approve the consent calendar as amended. So that's it.
Okay, any other public comments? Okay, with that, we have a motion.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That was approved 5-0. Thank you for that. And next, we have no public hearings. We have no old business, but we do have new business, and that's the Parks Master Plan adoption. And the action is to receive the report and adopt the resolution per staff recommendation. And that's Maria Picasso.
City Council, city staff, and members of the public. This evening, we have Zachary meeting from RJM Design Group that will provide an overview of the Park Master Plan. The city contracted with RJM to complete the Parks Master Plan, which would identify the city's parks and recreation assets, determine future parks and recreation needs and priorities, and recommend capital, operational, and financial strategies. This project would also include a series of community workshops, stakeholder interviews, surveys, and opportunities for community feedback. The project was completed in February 2024. And now I will hand it over to Zachary, who will provide an overview of the Park Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be invited back to this beautiful community. It's bittersweet because I love doing these. I love getting to know the community and the residents, and you have a phenomenal recreation community here, obviously led by amazing council and staff. Next slide, please. To develop the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, essentially what it is it's a guide. It's a tool to develop a roadmap for the implementation and management of the parks, recreation facilities, and programs. Most importantly, it's based on the local community needs. We get that by talking to the community, having a dialogue back and forth with them. Our recommendations in this document are based on those local Pinole community members that we met with as we went through the process. Next slide, please. The process was broken down into 5 steps. First, an inventory of the existing conditions, followed by the community engagement. Once we know what you have and what the community wants, we're able to balance those scales and develop a needs analysis. Through that process, we can then provide recommendations based on the community input and develop funding and implementation strategies. Next slide, please. Now, the process took about 11 months to complete. Several months of the beginning part was that inventory and analysis, and then we went through the community outreach, and here we are in February with the final conclusion and presentation. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, I want to go through a little bit of each one of those stages as we go through the presentation tonight. Very briefly, first, the review of the existing documents and the existing facilities. We look at the housing element, the general plan, the community guides, all the existing reports that have been conducted before this process began to make sure we're in line with what has been done in the past, what is current, and how do we go forward into the future. Next slide, please. And we conducted an inventory of the parks and facilities with 14 parks, that's 13 plus the tennis courts, 14 parks, city parks, 1 aquatics facility, the Pinole Swim Center, 4 community recreation centers. There are a lot of community resources for residents to recreate in. Next slide, please. And you can see, as we go through this process, I do a lot of mapping analysis. I'm a very visual person. I like to see where comments are coming from, see where the parks are, where the community is. And this is just one of those beginning points of that mapping analysis, is to look at what is the distribution of the park facilities throughout the city of Pinole. Next slide, please. Then we also go through an inventory of the programs. We looked at the aquatic facility programs, management and rentals, performing arts, senior programs, special events, the Tiny Tots youth and teen programs. Next slide. As part of that background research, we also look at the demographics. This is just one lens. It's not the end-all be-all, but it's just one lens to look at whom the community might be, how large the community is, what is the age distribution of the community. In 2020, we found the population to be almost 20,000, 19,505. And we also see that the largest age group is from 25 to 34. And then the average household size of 2.83. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we went through a community outreach process where we conducted stakeholder interviews, one-on-one interviews with key community leaders, as well as we had a dedicated project website that shared information with the community. As the process unfolded, we shared research back with the community, survey results back with the community, as well as had a live feedback button on that project website, where we received a tremendous amount of responses from the community. That feedback button was available 24/7 throughout the life of the project. In fact, I think we got a feedback comment just a week or so ago too. So actively monitoring that through the entire process allows us to have that dialogue with the community, to hear information come in unrestricted at any point in time. We also had 2 workshops as part of this process, and you can see some of the numbers here. And I get this question all the time, is how do we rank to other communities that you do this for? Do we have a lot of participation? Do we not have a lot of participation? To give you an average over the last 10 master plans that we've developed, the average feedback submittals come in around 75. You're well beyond that. And then when you look at the website views, that starts to correlate there. A lot of people were interested. A lot of people took part in the process. Average surveys for the workshops are around 119. You were above those with that 164 and 138 through the process. So yes, you had some good turnout. We had great participation by the community. Next slide, please. One of the things I look at as well, when we do our research and when we go out to the community, we record where we're getting these comments from. So these maps represent community members who provided information to us throughout this workshop process. This tells me that we got a good geographic distribution across each one of those outreach efforts. So we're hearing from all avenues of the community, not just one segment of the community, but across the entire landscape. Next slide, please. And I'd like to share with you some of those feedback comments, some of the stakeholder interviews and workshop information that we collected throughout this process, because that ultimately leads into those recommendations that we performed at the end of the report. As we went through, we met with stakeholders in one-on-one interviews, as I mentioned earlier, from August to October in 2023. We conducted 12 interviews, and some of the facility mentions we heard were baseball, softball improvements, community pool, dog park improvements, pickleball court, picnic areas, barbecues, Pinole Creek, playground, restroom improvements, soccer field improvements, and trails. In terms of program needs, we heard after-school programs, aquatic programs, arts classes, computer classes, marketing, advertising, sewing classes, and teen activities. Next slide, please. Going through all the feedback comments, we reviewed these regularly on a monthly basis as they came in, so that way we were able to assess and review each one of the comments in turn. Some of them questions we were able to provide feedback on, but we heard a lot of elements in terms of facilities and programs. The facility mentions that we heard were improvements in sidewalks, walkability, ball field improvements, restroom improvements, dog park improvements, playground improvements, bike and trail improvements. These are not repeats. This is what I look for. Even now, as we begin the process of going through the community outreach, I look for those common threads, things that I hear not just from the stakeholders, not just from the feedback comments, or from all the workshops. It's that common element that comes up quite a bit in each one of these. So that way, these threads start to appear through each one of these outreach methods. Those threads create the fabric that is the tapestry for Pinole's Parks and Recreation here in the future. Some of those programs that we had heard through the feedback comments included aquatic exercise programs, swim classes, events. A large amount of community members not only asked for continuing the events, but praised the events that were put on by the city. The community loves the events. They want them to stay. They want them to continue and to grow. Next slide, please. Workshop 1 was conducted on September 23rd. We had a live in-person workshop, and after that we had an online survey replicating the same workshop elements where I had a video online on the project website. People were able to take part either in that live meeting as well as online. It was a little bit of a long night because we had 7 questions that night, and we received 164 total surveys completed. The first 3 questions that we asked that night were, what are the most important community characteristics that make the city a great place to live, work, and play? And then we asked, what are some issues that might be negatively impacting those characteristics? And then what role can the department do in order to address those issues? With this series of questions, we're able to find out what people loved about the community, and we heard elements such as access to the bay, the location, community activities, there's your programs again, diversity, the parks and outdoor spaces, proximity to shopping, safety, and that small town atmosphere and walkability that the city offers. Issues that might negatively impact those community characteristics include a lack of community engagement, not having community engagement, economic development, environmental issues, maintenance and upkeep, recreation, sports facilities, safety, and then transportation, as well as traffic issues. What role can the community department play into addressing those issues? Included communication and transparency, community engagement and outreach, economic development, environmental initiatives, infrastructure and traffic, park maintenance and enhancements, as well as public safety. Next slide, please. We also asked residents and participants at that workshop another couple questions: what park they visit the most, and what do they do when they visit these parks most often? And listed here in alpha order, some of the highest parks that we had seen visited include Fernandez Park, Pinole Valley Park, and Bayfront Park. When we asked participants what they did when they were at those parks, largely, we found that people participated in recreation activities like walking, picnicking, nature viewing, or dog walking, individual self-led activities. We also heard that people participated in playground play, as well as organized sports, baseball and soccer, as well as some other mentions that we'd heard throughout this. This gives us an idea of how people are recreating in the parks, what park they're going to most often, and what amenities are in that park that are drawing them there. Next slide, please. Lastly, we asked them directly what park feature or recreation facility you would like to see added or improved, and what program, class, or activity you would like to see added or improved. Some of those park features you can see here, there's some more repeats coming up. That common thread again, baseball field improvements, bayfront improvements, bike lanes and trails, dog park improvements, garden, community garden, pickleball court, picnic shelter, pool improvements, playground improvements, soccer field improvements, and trail improvements. In terms of programs, we hear some similar elements as well. After school programs, bike events, festival, concert, family events, gardening class, nature education, fishing, birding, outdoor exercise, yoga, tai chi, pickleball classes, soccer programs, swimming lessons, volunteer cleanup, youth sports, and teen activities. Next slide, please. On November 17th, 2023, we conducted another in-person workshop where we shared everything back with the community that we heard, all the information from the previous workshops, from previous stakeholders, and we shared all that information with the community and asked them to prioritize the facilities and programs that they would like to see added. First question, what park or recreation facility you would like to see added or improved? The community through this workshop came up with bike lanes and trails. Library was added, modernizing it, modernizing and upgrading parks. Nature and open space was back again with more trees, native vegetation. Pinole Creek improvements, trail improvements and connections, waterfront, bayfront park improvements was back again. In terms of the program classes, we heard adult recreation activities, after-school programs, aquatic programs, festivals, concerts, and family events were back again. And then food trucks, partnering with local restaurants, and then revitalizing the downtown area. Next slide, please. As I had mentioned, throughout this process, we shared all the information back with the community online. So every time we heard something, we assessed it, we analyzed it, we put it back online so the community could see it, and we can have that dialogue. As I mentioned, that feedback button has been live this entire process on the website with over 2,400 views and 229 recorded feedback comments. We collected a significant amount of data. And how we assess that data then is we put it all together and identify where we heard it, how often we heard it, as well as mapped out where these comments came from. And that starts to develop the community facility needs in terms of facility needs and program need prioritizations. Next slide, please. And here's that chart. So everything we had heard is listed on the left. And then how many times we heard it and how often we heard it starts to play into either an apparent need or an identified need. An identified need is something that we only heard in one element, such as a stakeholder interview, or only in a public workshop. But if we heard something such as the baseball, softball field improvements, we heard that both in small group activities, the stakeholder interviews, as well as the public workshops, moving it to an apparent category. So you can see here, identified by the red dots, those are things that we heard the most often through the process, the most number of places. And those are the highest priorities. If we were to invest in anything throughout the community, a future program, future project, this is where we'd get the maximum return on investment. Doesn't mean anything else like it's left off the table. Everything else is still listed there on the left. Oftentimes, when we move through some of these projects, you can combine different resources, different elements, and maybe pick up a couple extra of those facility elements. Next slide, please. So here's those prioritization of the community facility needs. There's going to be a lot of things that you'll hear again here. Baseball, softball field improvements. We heard that multiple times. Bike lanes, paths, and trails. Dog park improvements. Natural open space, pickleball court, picnic areas, shelters, barbecues. Playground improvements. Restroom improvements, soccer field improvements, swim center improvements, trail improvement connections, waterfront, bayfront park improvements. Next slide, please. We do that same process with the program needs. We go through and we identify how many times did we hear it, how often did we hear it, and what are those areas of maximum community impact? What are those programs that people are looking for? And what we'd heard, next slide please, is after-school programs, aquatic programs, gardening, food growing classes, nature education classes, teen and tween activities, festivals, concerts, and family events. Next slide, please. As we go through and we collect that information, we start to identify more mapping resources. So I do a lot of mapping throughout these exercises. We go through a service area gap analysis. This is something that a lot of communities are familiar with. They want to know how many acres of parkland do we have per 1,000 residents. And to answer that question, your general plan states that you should have a goal of 3 acres per 1,000 residents. Now at 54.16 acres of developed city parkland, you have 2.78 acres per 1,000 residents. You're almost there. But I always focus these plans not on a mathematical equation. It's not enough just to reach that. You want to be able to reach a qualitative analysis, meaning that you're reaching your community's needs. You're meeting the community where they want to be in their recreational habits, not just a number of making those 3 acres, because you also have 248 acres of undeveloped parkland. You have a substantial amount of parkland, which also ties into a lot of your operations and maintenance costs as well too. But we want to make sure we're meeting those community needs as we go through, not focusing so much on the acres per thousand, because you do have a well mapped out recreation system. Next slide, please. So as we go through that, we look at elements such as the neighborhood park drive radius. How many residents are covered by the neighborhood walking distance? We look at where we heard information. In this particular middle slide here is dog park improvements. Where did we hear the community coming from? And then we look at trail connectivity patterns. How can you get to some of these facilities across the city? All these different layers add up to some of those community recreation recommendations that we've developed within the document. Next slide, please. And so with that, we've developed key strategies and recommendations based on all of our mapping analysis, based on all the community outreach, and based on the information that we've seen through the process. We've developed, next slide please, 4 key strategies that the city should look forward to implementing and continue the development of parks and recreation here throughout the future. I'm going to go through each one of these specifically just and touch on a couple of the recommendations that are identified in the master plan. Next slide please. Key strategy number 1. Enhance community health and fitness through diverse and engaging sports opportunities. We had several recommendations within this key strategy. The city has 2 baseball fields, one lighted at Fernandez, one unlit at Pinole Valley Park. There is an unfunded CIP project to improve some of these facilities, and we recommend that the city continue looking for funding, and I'll talk about funding in a little bit, to move those projects forward. Some of these are in line with community needs, such as you have 2 soccer fields at Pinole Valley Park. Again, there's a CIP, a funded project for that one, 1901, and as the city moves through implementation of that, we also recommend that the city start to implement sports turf maintenance practices as part of this master plan process. We went through and we developed operations and maintenance strategies in the appendices that adds a long list of elements that can be done to start to identify passive turf maintenance as well as active turf maintenance to improve performance of sports turf. Also, pickleball requests were made mostly in the north end when we look at the mapping analysis, but pickleball is very much a social sport. That one has a regional draw and can be placed anywhere within the community. And then swimming. Swimming recommendations were based on NRPA input, looking at NRPA based on the city's population. There's a guide that the city should have about 1.5 pools. Now, the pool's only open from April to October. And what we're recommending as part of this process here is renovate the pool and extend that operating season. Don't build an extra pool, or 0.5 of a pool. Use the pool you have. It's loved by the community as well as operated by the Pinole Seals. Work with that partnership, continue to build it, and then look for opportunities to open it year round. Next slide, please. Key strategy number 2 is foster a sense of community, pride, and well-being by providing opportunities for connections between the natural environment and the community. One of the refreshing components going through the general plan was the community character element that is emphasize and enhance visual and physical connections between city's natural environment and the community's quality of life. It's very well written, and we hear it from the community. When the community is asking for natural open spaces, and looking for those trail improvements, those trail connections, that waterfront improvement, bayfront park improvements, we see this coming through loud and clear from the community as well. Some of those improvements can even be in road crossings, visible signage, developing accessible open space, improved trails, bike paths, improved connections to nature and waterfront areas, as well as implementation of the 2023 ATP, the Active Transportation Plan that was developed in parallel with this plan. Next slide, please. Key strategy number 3 is create a vibrant recreation system through park amenity modernization. So some of the elements that we heard here is the dog park. Again, there's an unfunded CIP project listed to improve the dog park, and this coincides with our recommendations of modernizing some of those dog park designs and amenities within the space that you have. Playgrounds, implementing playground improvements, but looking at it in terms of a universal accessible designs, enabling social and emotional learning for all members of the community to engage in playground activities. Restrooms is pretty self-explanatory. We all need a place to go, especially our little ones. And then the last one there, gathering area, picnic shelters and barbecues. really looking to add more gathering spaces and opportunities to get outdoors. Again, experience nature as a family and as a community. Those elements were all requested throughout this community process. Next slide, please. Key strategy number 4, develop community-driven programs for empowered living. Now, this is a unique one because program desires and recreation desires change over time. They change quite frequently. To be honest, if they didn't, we'd still be watching Happy Days and Cheers on TV. I can't find those programs anymore. I sometimes disagree with change, but the desires do change. And we should constantly touch base with the community and keep in touch with them for programs they're looking for the change in programming. We know what they want now today. In 5 years, touching back out with them. Are we reaching them where they want to be in terms of the programs that might be out there? So in terms of recommendations here, preserve the tried and true nature programs and amenities, but listen to the community on new modern programs. Connect with the community through marketing strategies, everything from SEO, search engine optimization, to the old A-frames, posters on the walls, posters in community centers, posters and flyers at the school, making sure we're marketing the programs that are available to the residents so they can then participate in it. But also have that dialogue back and forth too. If there's something that's missing, implementing that as we go forward. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to move into a little bit more of the maintenance side of things and elements that we looked at, as well as operations, maintenance, and programs and parks and recreation. They go hand in hand. It's not enough just to have a guide, but to have detailed recommendations and implementation strategies. We've provided everything from turf maintenance, shrub and ground cover maintenance, park general maintenance elements, tree care, but balancing these things. A lot of times what happens in parks and programs will grow without the maintenance funding and backing to grow with it. They go hand in hand. They're two sides of the same scale. We can't have one without the other, and we see this. One of our recommendations is the city implementing a life cycle tracking software program to look at, say, playground replacements, playground modifications, how long playgrounds last, their cost of the overhead cost, the return on investment, as well as a life cycle. Next slide, please. Now, meeting those challenges are going to require equal amounts of vision, resourcefulness, partnerships, and hard work. I'm going to refer back to something I heard earlier, Councilmember Murphy. I loved your comment on the Milo coloring book and the fee strategy to help fund some public works projects. We need that creativity, not on the Milo coloring book, but we need that creativity to continue to look for funding strategies and mechanisms. It's going to take that resourcefulness and thinking in two major areas. The first one is to develop new parkland and renovations of existing parkland, capital costs. The second one is developing that long-term sustainable resources for operations and maintenance of the existing facilities. Again, two sides of that scale to make sure they balance as we go forward. Next slide, please. These are just some of those sources of funding and mechanisms that we can utilize in order to fund these programs. Now, it's not a one-time deal. This is something that has to be looked at regularly on an annual basis, and a lot of times combining these funding opportunities, grant opportunities on a state and federal level can be done so that way they can actually be combined to start to implement some of these projects. It's not just one funding source. It will take multiple as we go forward, and that's kind of where it's going to put a lot of the work on staff as well as a grant writer to start looking at these on an annual basis. Sometimes they're funded, sometimes funding is allocated, and then you have to reapply again next year for some of the state and federal grants. Next slide. Here comes the money. So what we've identified is $4.3 million in current planned park facility improvements. That's what you have now. This master plan identifies $17.4 million in projected unplanned master plan park facility recommendations. The city's going to have to develop some of those funding sources and grants beyond what's currently in use now, so that way we can get the maintenance and capital expenditures and programs and facilities up to meet the community demands. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. It has truly been a pleasure to work with your community, to listen to their voice, transcribe it here, and present it tonight. I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you for that report. Any questions of staff? I'll start with you, Councilmember Tabe.
So I'm looking at this, and I feel like this council's probably said every single thing on here at one point. So it's really refreshing to hear back from the community. A lot of they're being heard and documenting it through this process. I know that you mentioned one-time fee, and a lot of times, especially for small cities, the maintenance costs tend to not meet the demand of what we have, and I feel like that's happened with the rodent problems on the soccer field. When we had the drought, there wasn't any watering on the field. I mean, there was a lot of things that kind of contributed to a lot of need in the maintenance side. There's a point where it gets away from you can't get it back. And I feel like a lot of our parks are either teetering on that or have already went over that cliff, just seeing the 17.4 million. I know our staff works very hard to keep everything clean and keep up with as much as we can. If we were to just say, 17.4 million, did you develop any ongoing maintenance costs that the city would need to have in order to help support the public works director and the city staff moving forward so that this is sustainable and we don't get in the same situation we're in now?
I'm glad you brought that up because that 17.4 million is a fixed moment in time for what would be a construction cost.
Right.
Not a maintenance cost. So maintenance costs would have to be balanced with that for any one of those facilities that came online. More so, that would add a standard 3% annual inflation to those numbers, because they are a fixed moment in time. My crystal ball is not fuzzy for 20 years down the road. It's not that clear to be able to say this is how much it's going to increase. We saw a dramatic increase in construction prices over the last few years. It is leveling off. It's not dropping. It's plateauing. But I would say for that 17.4 million, those are good numbers for construction costs alone. They do not include maintenance costs. That maintenance cost is something that I think the Maintenance Public Works Department has actually done quite a bit of strong effort over the last few years of starting to track these things and identify these things in in-house software programs. But really supporting them and developing these life cycle cost analysis will help predict some of this information. And by tracking these things, then they will be able to say accurately, this is what we need per sports field. This is what we need per aquatic facility. As you know, those are very expensive elements for active sports turf as well as aquatic facilities. But you're correct. The 17.4 does not include the maintenance costs. Those costs would have to be identified.
So looking at this, I'm just dividing by quick math, just so that the public knows scale. We have about 6,000 properties, and that 17.4 million equates to about 2,900 for each home for like that snap of the finger, what that looks like as far as scale. I just wonder, and this is probably council consideration when we look at these costs, if we spread that 2,900 over 5 years or 10 years, then it winds up being something more digestible for the community, and we can get on a path where we're starting to address this stuff. The other question I had was, are there any items here that you would recommend as low-hanging fruit in the event? I mean, it takes time to get the community educated on this process, how much it's going to cost them, how much they need to budget for, how council and what our current budget can support. Were there any low-hanging fruit that we could try to cut out in our budget to try to get off the ground?
Short answer, yes. And that's one of the strengths of this document, why I love it and love going through the community process, because we identify all that in here too. So if you look at page 31 and 32, where we talk about the facility priorities and program priorities, we list everything in there, including benches. So there are some low-hanging fruit elements that people are looking for, the community garden element or the murals art and park, or some improvements to some facilities, including shade. There are some low-hanging fruit elements, and that's why I mentioned some of these things can be combined as funding allows. This is probably one of the most important things, is as funding allows, we can implement these. This is not a static plan where you have to start at the top and move through the bottom. You can ebb and flow and maneuver as funding becomes available, as things start to free up. You can utilize those resources and build these. So yes, there are opportunities for that. We make sure that we hear all voices throughout this process so we can accurately identify those and let staff implement them as they can. The prioritization on this simply is to identify that area of maximum community impact. Should you get a windfall from the Milo coloring books?
Right.
I love the creativity. That's where I'm going. We're going to get Milo in a movie. When we get the Milo movie going, then we can start to fund some of these bigger projects. And they might take 5-10 years to save up for or to start accumulating grant money for. But it's a long term. This report is 5, 10, 15, 20 years out of a living document to enable the growth of the community. Nobody gets to do it all in one snapshot.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, yes, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Yes. So I heard, if I'm understanding correctly, you took us from the larger bird's eye view to a little bit more specific identification of what might be in the short term doable, fundable, and have staff availability to actually make some of these recommendations occur. So when I heard, our pages are not numbered. So when I'm looking at workshop number 1 summary, I'm seeing improvements, and I've got lots of question marks behind that word because I'm looking for, so what are these? Were they actually identified by the public? So the identification of the specifics, were those by you, or was that verbiage obtained in the different formats from members of the public?
Yeah, so I do summarize a lot of that just because of space on the page here. I do summarize their comments down to some of those titles and improvements, but those come through when I'm at all the workshops. I listen to the community. I'm the face. I read through all of the comments. They're items that we go through and we compile throughout all of the comments within the community. So I do summarize them into bullet points here in the report, but they are found in all of the feedback comments throughout the appendices. It's just I've gone through and categorized them.
I understand that. So the question then is, for the specifics, does staff have the complete report to identify those specifics so they can start thinking about where funding might be available to increase number of park benches, for example? I think I heard you comment on that as an example.
Benches, yes, would be one. What is not in there, short answer, yes, but what is not in there would be like a location. So a lot of times we heard elements in terms of the benches is just having a place to sit and reflect within nature. I heard that comment through trails. I heard that comment through the waterfront mostly. So that way, just with that information, armed with that knowledge, we would know, okay, waterfront, maybe the Bayfront Park, adding a couple benches along that area there for reflection, connection with nature, as well as along trail improvement areas. Simply having some seating, picnic tables so people can gather, congregate. Those would be areas I'd focus the improvements on.
Well, I just brought up park benches as an example, but you say you didn't have the location. So the comments that you just made are an idea as well to be decided on given
By staff. And so all the comments are in there. They want benches, but in terms of location, there's a little bit of qualitative decision making on that.
there's some discretion there.
Yes, exactly.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. And there was something else that, I think that was it. Again, the specifics. What are people actually thinking is an improvement versus what we might consider an improvement, right? And we kind of want to mesh that with the staff capacity and available funds. So the lists of potential resources, again, seem to me to be categories rather than specifics. One thing that catches my eye is the inclusion of something that I understand is not applicable to the city of Pinole, given its small size. And Mayor Toms can correct me here because I believe you work at a county level with a community development block grants, but Pinole is not eligible for such a thing. We're not.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So would that, then we would delete that as an option?
Yes, we would delete. And the purpose of the report, specifically the appendices section that talks about that, is really a exhaustive list of all of the funding mechanisms that are out there and are available for a bit of an education process, but also an identification to reach out to each one or go through the different ones. There are actually one that came up just a month or so ago was a tennis grant by a private agency offering elements like that. So I can only capture so many of them. You're right, that one would be not applicable to CDBG funds and could be stricken off.
With the flip side of that, could you help us, or maybe you have already in the full report, identify those that are most applicable and therefore hone in on what staff might pursue rather than have cast the net and be less efficient about it.
Yes, we do try to help narrow some of those in, but I don't want to be exclusionary to those elements like that tennis grant for private funding. Those should always be on our radar to continue to look out for additional ones, but we did provide some funding sources and specific recommendations for different projects.
Thank you. And again, those the specifics are in the larger version,
Yes.
or the comprehensive version of the
Yes.
report. Thank you so much.
Okay. Councilmember Sasai, or Vice Mayor Sasai, and Councilmember Murphy.
Sure. Thank you for your presentation. I'm really interested in the data piece that you have outlined, and unfortunately the slides aren't numbered, so I'm just going to use the title. You talked about acreage and service area gap analysis. Do you mind going to that slide? And I'd love to wrap my head around what you said. You were moving pretty quickly, which is totally fine, but I just wanted to circle back to that and really understand what that slide meant for our community.
This one right here, acreage. Oh no.
Acreage
right
and service area gap analysis.
Right there, that one.
That one.
Is that the slide? Okay, perfect. So what we do when we do, I'm going to flip to my notes here. When we do the acreage and service gap analysis, when I started this career 25 years ago now, we just drew circles, half-mile radiuses around parks and said this was the, service radius for this park. Nowadays, we use GIS information systems that take into account architectural barriers, roads, where people can actually walk through very complicated systems. So we get these very colorful maps, and we actually go through in the report several different layers of this analysis as well. We look at small parks, neighborhood parks, community parks. But I also take a step back. When I do the gap analysis, I look at what are private parks. If there's a gap in some of the city areas, that the city facilities might leave some gap areas open where that's outside of that walking radius, that 5, 10, 15-minute or half-mile radius. I look at the aerials. I go through, are there private facilities there? Are there county facilities there? Recreation is not based on borders. Recreation is where people want to go and play. And within communities, there are various jurisdictions and municipalities that overlap, from HOAs to county parks to regional trails to city parks. So we look at those gaps through several different lenses. This is just one lens that we do with the service area analysis that looks at what is the parkland per 1,000 residents, but also what is that gap analysis? How far is the 10, 15-minute walking radius in terms of the GIS analysis, those architectural barriers? And if there is a gap, what else is there? So I start to look at the aerials and I go in, and oftentimes, a lot of the cases, there are other parks or there are HOAs within a gap that have private facilities for those communities.
Okay. So you made a statement that the 2.78 acres per 1,000 residents is getting close to something. That's what I was kind of.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Understand.
Yes.
No,
So
it's okay.
your general plan, I believe it's policy CS 3.4, states that you should have 3 acres per 1,000 residents.
Thank you. Okay.
And I've seen a lot of communities really try to get to that, and they say, okay, we're just going to add some developed hillsides in. I'm not going to use names, but we want to make sure we meet the recreation demand more than just that number. You're very close to that number, and that is an amazing thing. But we want to make sure that we meet the community residents where their needs are before just developing hillsides. So we want to make sure that that's the focus rather than just achieving the goal, which is a good goal. That's a very standard goal. A lot of communities use it's 3 acres per 1,000. But I want to make sure that the focus on this was really community-driven programs and services.
Okay. And so your recommendation based on our objective in the general plan and where we are now is to resourcefully utilize the undeveloped parkland? Is that what I'm hearing?
You can in one recommendation that we make in the document is you can resourcefully use some of that undeveloped parkland, look for those trail opportunities. It might double as a maintenance road for access into some of those undeveloped parkland areas for maintenance improvements. Doubling it as a trail, getting some benches in there, being creative with that. So that way, yes, you can start to achieve that, get that 3 acres per 1,000, but also meet your community where they want. Trails was something they were looking for. That connection to nature was something they were looking for that we heard from all the community outreach.
Okay, gotcha. And you mentioned You referenced regional trails. One of the intents that we had with the park master plan was really to engage our East Bay Regional Parks district as well in the process of both this development, but also identifying strategic partnerships. Can you elaborate about how that relationship has gone thus far? What communication lines we've opened to the district?
So I think that one is more for the trail connectivity is more in the ATP plan, the Active Transportation Plan.
Okay.
Looked at those regional connections specifically. From the Parks Master Plan side, it was identification by the community of the desire for those trails.
Okay. So, in terms of any communication to the district, were they a part of the workshops? Were they a part of the surveying? Have we talked to them at all?
Not specifically through this process.
Okay. Is there a plan to do that?
Not part of this process, no.
Okay.
Doesn't mean they were excluded. Everybody was invited to the workshops. I don't recall any of them attending specifically to one of the workshops, but I did have one gentleman show up at one of our workshops with great information about the ATP plan. And that was one of the things, that's where we started to look into that and reference and share information back across through staff that might help the IMP to develop that ATP plan, the Active Transportation Plan, which was Roll in Pinole. It's in my notes, I apologize. I believe that was Walk in Pinole. Walk and Roll in Pinole. I combine them together. So that's where we did start to want to make sure we shared resources, but we didn't reach out specifically.
Okay. How might we do that if we were to move this process forward and adopt this? What would that look like to engage them a little bit? I understand what the Active Transportation Plan is, but at the onset of this process, we kind of clearly indicated that we wanted that agency to be a part of the planning and workshopping of this. So I'm just
I like that. I like that element because that starts the next steps. Where do we go from here? And that's really important because now we have this beautiful document. We have this great outreach. It's very colorful. It's got a lot of charts and maps in it. But now this is where staff takes it. Maria, I'm putting you on the spot here. Maria's going to take this, and she's going to see that trails were one of these significant needs. And the Bayfront was a significant need. And we're going to start to combine those two and say, okay, this is what we heard. And then start to reach out some of those trail resources right there and form that partnership. Say, hey, you know what? What can we do in terms of improvements to this trail that might work in terms of maintenance, might work in terms of capital improvement costs, seating areas, Bayfront Park improvements, and could be shared with other agencies look to connect those regional trails. So that's where Maria would be reaching out to some of those entities directly and starting to share the resources that you've put together here and have that collaborative conversation.
Okay. What would you characterize as the most difficult part of this process?
That phone call. It's just making sure it's building those relationships. It's building the connections. We talk a lot about public-private partnerships in here, but just going through the community outreach here, talking with some of the school, the members of the school, talking with the aquatic Pinole Seals, there is a lot of desire to work collaboratively with the city and make sure that those relationships are strengthened. That is one of the hardest parts that I've found as cities do these. I've done them multiple times for cities. I've been around long enough for them to call me back 10 years later and say, Zachary, we'd like to refresh this. And I've seen cities that have followed the plan and developed those relationships well and succeeded because a city can't carry the cost of 100% of everything. It's just not feasible. There's not enough money. So we have to work within our community and build those partnerships. I've seen that where it didn't work out so well. And that is the hardest part, is really to foster them because leadership changes on both sides. And when you can have leadership that reaches across the aisle through staff or through the community and hold those relationships, then those bonds truly stick and you can develop community resources collectively and collaboratively.
Okay. And this question is probably for our staff, but to our team, have other directors seen this both provided feedback, but also seen this Parks Master Plan draft outside of this meeting?
You know, I'm going to have Maria kind of fill us in on that. I'm not 100% sure. I'd like to let her answer that.
The plan was sent over to the directors, and I have Director Mishra here to my side as well if he wants to provide some feedback. So we did get some feedback from directors, especially the Public Works Department on this item.
Solid. Thank you. Love to hear.
Okay, Public Works Department and
Recreation and other departments as well worked collaboratively on this plan from the very beginning. This plan actually was part of a CIP project in the beginning, and then once Jeremy Rogers was on our community services director was on board, he took the leadership on this, but we have been engaged through and through. So our ATP efforts as well, the consultant for ATP, we engaged and we actually worked with RJM so that they have the overall picture of what we've been doing. And both of them, that's what he was mentioning, that our ATP consultant was also engaged with this plan. So it is pretty collaborative all along.
Okay, and just a follow up for that, because I'm looking again, I don't have the slide, but there's a list of maintenance recommendations. So that's the first thing I thought about was, does the Public Works team feel comfortable in that you all are already kind of giving us monthly reports about maintenance? Is this something that you can easily integrate into Beehive and operationalize to really kind of like disaggregate the type of maintenance that we're doing around the parks? Is that something, Director Mishra, you would feel comfortable with?
Yeah, our Public Works manager worked with the development of the plan. We're comfortable with what is recommended, but the problem what we actually brought forward is that there's not enough staffing. Current staffing level was not adequate to take all the, yes, those are good recommendations, that is what we should do, but just the staffing level is just not adequate.
Gotcha. Right now we have park maintenance as a key. So I think the staffing problem is something, right, that we're all working on. But I'm wondering, in the current kind of update that you give, I think park maintenance is one of the types of updates or maintenance. But do you see moving forward, for example, if this were adopted, that we would, instead of having park maintenance, it would just disaggregate like turf maintenance at parks, rodent and pest control? Is that what that would look like, or can you give me a little bit more of the landscape of what that?
Yes, I mean, if we have to go down, say that identify very specific maintenance types, we can do that. Okay. But that would require that effort. I mean, if we have staff to really go ahead and do that, we're doing with total 8 staff right now.
Sure.
And that they do everything. So when we actually go ahead and do with the staff, then we can identify those sub-tasks and we can produce those reports when that happens. So we don't have any issues with that.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. I had a couple of items. I did attend both of the meetings, the community meetings, and I did find that there was some discussion about, and I'm looking at page 65 of the report, and I think this is where I would find programs for seniors and programs for adults with disabilities that didn't make it onto this page, and I'm just wondering if there's somewhere else that it would have made, some other area of.
Yes. Hello? There you go. Yes, so there, as we went through this, again, this is just a summary, but the appendices does have a very long list of, I'm going to borrow your, Maria's already has the book here.
Okay.
There is a very long list of very detailed elements in here in terms of those program recommendations, which would reference those specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's very helpful. And then I did find one spelling error.
Oh, please tell me, because I want to correct those.
Page 41, under where it says Contra Costa County Parks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 7th line down, where it says Montera Bay. It shouldn't be.
Oh, yep.
Do you see the error?
I do. Right
There's an extra H in there.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank
And
you so
other
much.
than that, I think this really reflects what I heard from the community during those meetings. And with that, I'd like to open it up to the public. Oh, one more question here. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. Just one question, and maybe in your thicker binder there, I'm very curious. You when you gave your presentation, you talked about the events which are salient in the word cloud here as something that the participants who provided feedback indicated they loved, quote. So I'm wondering which events.
You're putting me on the spot there.
You can let us know. You know, the information is there somewhere, and we can access it later. That's fine. What I noticed in the one workshop I attended was a range of numbers of years that residents have been in Pinole. So, and I mentioned that because, of course, the input is a reflection of their experience given the amount of time that they have lived here, and there may have been events prior to any, prior to the amount of time that they have been here, which may not have appeared in comments, or maybe some new comments, or maybe some comment. You have documented comments that have occurred again and again, regardless of the number of years that people have lived here.
That's an interesting correlation. I do not have a connection between, because we did ask people how long they've resided here. I have not compared that information directly with the program responses. That's an interesting element that I think we can go back and look at and do an assessment on, because we do collectively synthesize that information, but I did not draw a correlation on that, unfortunately. In terms of which programs we can talk about that they liked, just flipping open the book, I personally enjoyed the Park Shoreline, where people talk about different programs that they have. Those we've highlighted, or we've bolded different elements throughout the feedback comments that we've posted in here. So it is, you can go through and kind of identify them. But I will say there's a lot of elements that come through and resonate, particularly around some of those programmatic pieces. If I were to go through and find one specifically, I could flip through this and identify them. But I did not do a specific what the most liked program is. I did not do that analysis. Sorry.
Okay, and even in program, it's quite broad in my mind. I was wondering about specific events, because there have been some events that have been more enduring, long-lasting, and then there have been some newer ones within the past 3 years, say.
I would have to go through this and find out that specific answer for you. I apologize, I don't have that one here. But I think it's easy enough I could go through and develop what I've heard from this community base.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll hear from the public.
Thank you. We have one speaker card in Marie Bowles, please.
Good evening. I just happened to be here, and I'm glad I heard this presentation. I think without logistics, it's impossible to understand some things. Kids that go to Pinole Valley High School have never had a pool. We have the pool in Pinole. To be a swimmer, you have to get to practice every day. So a lot of parents are working. The pool they have is Contra Costa. Next year, that pool is going to be resurfaced. Our kids will have no pool. You talk about equity and inclusion and diversity. The only kids that get to be on swim team are privileged kids. Whether you want to call it color, money, whatnot, those are logistics. If the city and the Parks Department don't work together, the kids at Pinole Valley High School next year won't have a pool. You know this ahead of time. Kids on swim team, we don't get the vans every day to go to Contra Costa. All the other teams, football, baseball, wherever they go, they have the vans. We're already short one van. We only have two. We have to cram them in. I won't go into detail about what they do sometimes to make sure all the kids get where they need to go. And all the parents that jump in to help and everything that's involved with that. Again, logistics, insurance, everything else. Swim team doesn't get the vans. We have to have parents that participate, that are willing to drive kids. Swim is a daily practice. So a lot of kids that would love to swim, my kids, I know you swam, okay? My kids were on the SEALs. My kids they were swimmers at Pinole Valley High School, water polo. A lot of kids want to swim, never going to get to swim. Can't get to the pool. We have a pool right here in Pinole. You talked about improvements. Why don't you improve the pool we have so water polo can also be played there, rather than build a new pool? We're never going to be able to afford a new one for the high school. They already built a palace that we can't even afford to maintain. So let's just work with what we have. so we can get kids to be able to swim on a daily basis, which they need, have swim meets on the weekends, be able to get there, because they can't get there when they have to go to, some of these kids, their parents work 2 jobs, they have to take 2 or 3 buses to get to Contra Costa College. I'm just asking you to think about the logistics of what it takes for a kid to practice a sport every day and to get there, and a lot of kids want to, and their parents want them to. My kids got to. I'd like to see all the kids in our community that want to swim be able to swim. My son is, this just happened to come up, my son is an intern now with the city of Pinole. He's Luke Schall's, and he loves the work he's doing here, but he's had a lot of family support. A lot of kids in this community don't have parents that can drive them to everything they need to get to. That's what's happening. The parents want it and the kids want it, but the kids have to be able to get there and get the help that they need.
Thank you.
That's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, we have 2 online. Cordell Hindler.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so good evening, Mayor Toms, Council. I am Cordell Hindler, and I am a very concerned Richmond resident. So I'll try to keep my comments short because of time constraints. So I do agree with the first speaker. It's hard for students, for kids like to, go to like swim meets and participate in polo, because it's very important, because you got like other schools, like, they get to the swim meets by vans. And I said, I don't see how the point, my problem is that that kids need a van to like go to their swim meets, because you got like other schools that are like kind of within the boundaries, but it's a little far. But my concern is that you need a pool to have to host the swim meets and the water polo games. So I would work with what you have, because it's a lot more easier too. So I'll just leave it at that.
We have a telephone caller. Last 4 numbers, 5748.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Anthony Fosspring, a longtime senior citizen in Pinole, taxpayer. I echo most of the comments that was given by the consultant there. I was a participant in both the meetings and an online survey. I know I only recognize 1 person or 2 from the staff, and the other one's already resigned and left us high and dry with more or less a year of service. And 1 city council / mayor member was at not both of the meetings as well. But the numbers that were represented in the survey, I think there were pretty small numbers, although I think it was Facebook or something like that. When somebody inquired online, the numbers were pretty high, but we didn't get a lot of responses back, hard number of responses. So I just asked the consultant, for a city of this size, are the respondent numbers high, low, good, or bad? And how would we compare, with another city of, say, 20,000, et cetera? And as far as low-hanging fruit, I have to agree, we have to we probably have a wish list there, and we have to prioritize with the current projects or programs and structures that we have in place with regard to the parks and our infrastructure needs. There's like a must-have list, but there's also, a nice or good-to-have list with regard to budgeting and so on. And the low-hanging fruit, case in point, I would look at, for example, why is there a double standard with regard to the restrooms right now? We have the structures, so why are the structures downtown by the city hall all nice, and the Bayfront Park have nice restrooms that are painted or almost like brand new with toilet seat covers, but you get out in the valley, in Pinole Valley
Sir, you
Road,
have 45
know,
seconds.
It's a shame that, you know, all it needs is a fresh coat of paint on the walls inside, or it's not out, and toilet seat covers rather than cold stainless steel, no covers, and toilet seat paper covers as well, like in the senior center. And several of you people have been put on notice about that, besides with myself and some other members of the public, but you just turn a deaf ear or a blind eye to it. The other case in point would be the Adobe Trail breach or slide. We didn't get the Bayfront Trail FEMA money, but it was supposed to be repaired over 5-6 years ago at Mayor Fitzer and public direct.
Okay, thank you. And I think we have another commenter, Mark.
I just want to maybe clarify the ask about the swim pool. The way I see it, the district is in very dire financial straits, like $17 million in the hole that they have to make up next year, and then another $7 million after that, and that's just to become solvent. The high school, I believe, used to practice at the swim center. Okay, and that relationship was there when it was Silver Creek, and I think when the YMCA had it, it's been there for a while. And the district was good enough to give Pinole, as my wife said, a palace for a high school. So if the city of Pinole can offer some generosity to the district when the current pool they use, Contra Costa, is not available for the team to practice in, that would be a good gesture, I think. Sort of, you know, you've given us something great in this high school. When the Contra Costa pool is being renovated, we'll host a swim team. Now, this year, it was even in jeopardy because of the financial situation of the district, whether or not the swim team would be available, or the pool would be available, because they had to pay the cost. I'm one of the coaches there this year and last year, and I was on the Pinole Seals when I was a kid, and I coached them last year. So it's an important activity for the kids. I see a lot of enrichment in their lives from it, a lot of camaraderie, a lot of hard work. It's a very good sport. It's very good exercise for them. So if the city could help out in this time of need for the district, I'm sure they would appreciate it. I know the kids would, and you would definitely, at least for the way I see it, get more participation in that sport, because it's so difficult to go from Pinole to Contra Costa, especially if you're a freshman or a sophomore and you don't have the ability to drive yet, or even if you're older and your family doesn't have a car. Last year, there was one of our swimmers that actually left the high school and had to take a bus all the way to the college and then a bus back all the way. And he's not on the team anymore this year. I think part of that is the hardship that he experienced having to take the bus. So if city would offer that facility, I think it would be appreciated. Thanks for the time.
Sure. Question for you, Mark.
Yes.
Is the resurfacing of the college pool deck going to happen just during swim season or water polo season?
I think it's going to cancel water polo season too. But I know the Pinole pool doesn't necessarily have the depth for that. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. No other public comments?
No more public comments.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the council for any comments or a motion. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I move that staff receive the report and adopt the resolution per staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And we have a second. Any further comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That was 5-0 passing. Thank you. Thank you for your great work. And thank you, staff. And thank you, Jeremy, for coming back to see this this through. Okay, with that, we have a second time of citizens to be heard. This is for anybody who did not have an opportunity to make public comment during the first public comment period.
We have 2 online.
Okay.
Start with Cordell Hindler.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so good evening, Mayor Toms, Council. I am Cordell Handler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So I have three things to say. So, one, I think that Neil Gang has done an outstanding job as the interim city manager because he would make sure that he would follow up on the stuff, on the items that you just heard this evening. That's one. Number two is I do want to acknowledge you, Mayor Toms, for the lovely email that I have received from you last month when you had the special meeting regarding the hire of a consultant for a city manager. I do want the record to reflect that it was my idea to have a consultant to work with you all, and then whatever methods of communication that the consultant would have with the stakeholders, that needs to be distributed out, like whether like a survey or vice versa. So I do want to acknowledge you for that one, Mayor Toms. And then the third, actually, I have two more other items. So the third one is for a future agenda is either the first or the third Tuesday in March is to have like the International Women's Day proclamation, because this is a very special one, because it's like it shows like, you know, the women that have done a lot of great things, not only in the city of Pinole, but in like famous women. So hopefully that could be agendized. Also, related, the second item is to invite Dr. Anna Alvarez to come and speak to you all about the 30 by 30 initiative that the East Bay Regional Park District will be implementing at a later time. So hopefully that could be agendized. And then the last item is that every time when Mr. Anthony calls in to, you know, to hear, to make some observations, his time gets cut off. Once again, I have talked with other cities in West County, and they do allow the public, the individual would like to speak finish their comments. So hopefully that in the future that you listen to your constituents, because before their time elapsed. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Next, we have telephone caller, last four numbers, 5748.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
This is Mr. Anthony calling back again. Thank you, Mr. Cordell Handler. I think, you know, he makes a pretty good point. If you want to build public participation, engagement, and feedback with your constituents, other than your preferred constituents, you should at least let some of the public finish their sentence, like someone maybe that's at the appears in person, or at least give them a formal reply in writing or a telephone call. Case in point, a gentleman, the last two meetings came down there in a walker. He had third stage or fourth stage health issues, and his name is Jim. And I think we all know who Jim is. And he takes up the time out of his evening away from his wife, and he comes down on his own to go to the meeting. But you know, you couldn't give him the professional courtesy or decorum for each one of you up there to get back to him, or somebody like myself or some other person that'll want to engage with the community, to give them half an answer, if not a full answer, and a minute of your time. And I know the current mayor has done that from time to time in one way or another, but I think she needs to step up the plate with each and every one of you to better do that. And I might also mention, as far as Mr. Murphy, Devin Murphy's comment at the beginning of the meeting, the Kung Fu program put on at the library that was well attended, I think a few hundred people, not a few thousand, but a few hundred, was not by the Mandarin school or Mandarin school. It was put on courtesy of Yi's Kung Fu Martial Arts School in the Willow Shopping Center in Hercules. And they also did one, I think, a week or two earlier in the city of Hercules.
Sir, you have 45 seconds.
Library. And lastly, I would like to ask that there be a investigation on the wastewater treatment plant to see if we're utilizing it to track COVID numbers, RVS virus and flu numbers, as well as drug usage in Hercules and Pinole. No one gave us a straight answer on that yet, whether they can or cannot do that, as well as also the reduction of the number of stop signals after hours at 8 or 9 o'clock at night up and down Pinole Valley Road that should be put on a blinker system, like a red light going north and south and a yellow light blinking going east and west. And you can just get together with the police department and
I know that during public comment, we don't normally comment or respond back, but I will in this case. And I will note that although Mr. Tillman does come and make public comment, we don't necessarily respond during the meeting, but I have followed up with him. I've already followed up with a complaint to our code enforcement regarding his ADA question. I have provided, I checked with Dr. Savelli, the county health officer, about a year ago with the request for COVID testing at the sewage treatment plant, and I shared that response with Mr. Vosbrink, and that issue remains unchanged, that they do sampling, just not here. They do sampling where they already have it set up, and they don't feel that it's necessary to spread that out and go to more testing areas. They have the testing that they need. And I know that several of us have responded to some of these public comments that come in, but the nature of public comment is for items not on the agenda, and it's not really intended for us to respond back live, at the same time that the comments are made. So with that, I'll just, think that that warrants a response. Okay, with that, we will be adjourning this meeting to the regular City Council meeting of March 5th, 2024, in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. And thank you. Good night.